Woohoo! There you go. Canadian wine lovers, Cabernet Franc lovers, everyone across the country, Canadian Girls Wine Club members. Good afternoon. It's the Cab Franc Pan Canadian Marathon. Oh my God, it's going to be a heck of a day today. Cabernet Franc, I think Cab Franc, I have 53 behind me.
54.
54 from all over the country. You're going to taste and review. Mira Boucher, how are you doing today?
Pretty great. How about you?
I am doing absolutely freaking fantastic. It's exciting. Like, which kind of a week we had this week, right? Like every day, courier company dropping off boxes and boxes at the door from Cab Franc from all over the country. It was super exciting until we woke up today and like, whoa, we're going to taste a shitload of Cab Franc today. So here we are. This is today. And we have some big dogs. We have some heavy hitters. We have some household name that our members know for a long time. But the most exciting part is we have a bunch of new names that we've never tasted before.
Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah.
If I ask, like you saw all of these boxes opening up and you helped me open the bottles a little bit earlier today, if there's one wine that you can't wait to crack open, to taste, which one would it be?
Oh, okay. So we haven't tried De Simone yet, and I believe.
Oh, yes. Okay. I forgot. This is Mira. She always starts with the end of the list, right?
The most.
Which one is the most expensive? I can't wait to taste it. I should have known. Why did I ask?
And you know what? We haven't tasted Summerhill in a long time. And
That's
so I'm
true.
very excited to taste that. I think we have two back vintages of 2015s from different parts of the country. Am I right?
Yeah, that's what excites me. I think that's what, if it's one of the part who excites me the most. We're gonna wait later on, but Cave Spring Vineyard from the Beansville Bench in Niagara sent a sample of 2020, but also a sample of the 2015, and Intersection from the Golden Mile Slope has sent also a 2015 vintage of their unfiltered Cab Franc. So we're going to have a little head-to-head competition of 2015 vintage from all across the country. That I'm really excited about.
And tank or unreleased wines. Do we have tank samples too, or just unreleased wines? We do have tank samples. Look at that.
Not one, but
not one.
Two.
But two from Vineland.
Yeah, from each of every single clone. So wow. Brian Schmidt, Mr. Cab Franc himself, that unfortunately cannot join us today. He's crushing Cab Franc today. So he just can't. He tried, but he said, Carl, I'm sorry, I cannot join as much as he would like. But so he sent a full box of Cab Franc. I mean, there's tank sample from the 2022 vintage for each of the two single clone that he used at the Boutique Vineyard. He also sent the regular Boutique 2022, who's not released yet. The 2020 Boutique was not released yet, and the entry-level Cab Franc 2022, who's not released yet either. So a bunch of wine who's not on the market from Vineland. Yes, it is very, very exciting. So what I'm also very excited about, Mira, is, last year we had two Cab Francs in our top 10. The number one wine of the year, our top wine last year was a Cabernet Franc. It was Rennie Estate, a Passimento Cab Franc from the Heron Pond Benchland Vineyard on Beamsville Bench. But also, one of my top 10 wine, who's from one of my absolute favorite winery in the country, from Bellaterra in Niagara-on-the-Lake, on the 4 Mile Creek appellation. I think it clicked at number 6 on my top 10 wine of the year last year. Bellaterra at 94 points. Now I have it in the middle of 53 other Cab Franc to see where exactly it's. And so I'm excited to put Bellaterra to a big challenge among some of the heavy hitter across the country. So I can't wait. And also, I think I'm pretty excited to taste some of Big Head. We haven't tasted Big Head in a while. So we have 2 samples of Big Head, back vintage of Riverstone. There's so much. As for new, okay, let's announce a little bit. Some new names that we've never tasted before. From Ontario, Reef Winery, Dria's Wine. Dria's is Andrea Kaiser project. So Dria's Wine, we've never tasted before. We have also Organized Crime that we've never tasted before. So we're going to taste some Organized Crime, 2 different wines. From BC, we have Vasanti, new project on the Golden Mile that I'm pretty excited about. We had a beautiful box arrive yesterday. So Vasanti Burrowing Owl that we haven't tasted in a very long time. I don't even think that we tasted Burrowing Owl together. So yeah, lots of wine from every single sub-region and regions of the country. Cabernet Franc, the Pan-Canadian Cab Franc Marathon. It's happening. And I have to warm up my palate because it's going to be a busy one. So I wanted just to round it up, just to have something soft and smooth to start. We're going to start with a winery that we visited with some members earlier this summer. When we went down in Niagara for our Pan-Canadian Masterclass, we were hosted like kings and queens at Stonebridge and Lady Vineyard. Thomas Reed did a fantastic job hosting us there. And so he sent us a Cab Franc Rosé just to start up our marathon in a way that it's not going to be too harsh on our palate. So, Mira, I think that you should grab 3 glasses downstairs. Okay. And come upstairs while I'm starting slowly to talk about flavors and what we can expect. Hey, the guy that I didn't think that is going to join us today because he doesn't like Cab Franc, he's the first one to tune in. There you go, my friend, Daryl. Daryl, good afternoon. I'm glad that you're here talking pyrazine and green pepper and bell pepper and all of these beautiful flavors that you absolutely love. Welcome. So I let me guess, you have a nice Pinot Noir in your glass in today's Cabernet Franc Marathon Day. Nice to see you, my friend. Roger is on. Roger Gillespie, general manager at Hester Creek Winery that we're going to taste a little bit later on. But I'm excited. I haven't tasted the Hester Creek Cab Franc just yet, and it's going to be the 2021 that we have today. Deborah Pudriel. Oh, sorry, I butcher her name every time. Deborah, great to have you. You have the Forbearance Cap 2020 in your glass and the 19 Wismer Foxcroft Ice Cellar. Which vintage do I have from Ice Cellar? Same. We have the same, Deborah. Woohoo! Cab Franc, Wismer Foxcroft 2019 vintage. We're going to taste the same. So, yeah, that's exciting. And we have, go ahead, Mira.
So that rosé from Lely, what's the vintage?
2021. It's wine number 20 on the spreadsheet, just for people to, so we have the live spreadsheet that Mira is going to update throughout the marathon. I think we're probably going to be on for 4, 5, maybe 6 hours. We'll see. But number 20 on the list is here. So the spreadsheet has been, we put the spreadsheet together. I sorted mostly by price. So I'm going to go in order. We had a funny conversation this week as how can we keep Carl on this schedule? And that's pretty hard. Mira's doing her very best all week long to try to give me tips like how to stay organized and how to stay on schedule, so we're not all over the place. No, I really appreciate that, Mira. I mean, I freelance, right? I go all over the place, and it's good for you to keep me on schedule. So I have kind of an order behind me that only me and myself understand. But it's I don't want to go exclusively by price point, but I will try. I think it makes a lot of sense that we taste our wines by price bracket, because what's the point to taste an entry-level wine with a reserve wine from two completely opposite vintage? So I try to keep stuff together, but it's not going to be exclusively like in order of price point. Sometimes I'm going to try to bring different regions together around the same price point in the same vintage as well. It's something that I'm going to try to keep together. So I can compare apples to apples, basically, right? So we have an early guest today. So because it's 3 hours earlier here on the West Coast, and we're based in Summerland. So we have Mitchell McCurdy, the winemaker at Mary Nesson, who's joining us earlier than our first guest, because it's 6:15 in this part of the country, and he has somewhere to be tonight. So, and I will make sure that we're going to get him on his way pretty early. I wanted to talk to Mitchell because we've been tasting Mary Nesson's wines for a while now. They're the Estate series, the Platinum series, the Heritage series. I know there's a lot of.
There was that crazy Cab. What was that? The Gewurz.
Oh yeah. The Heritage series. I think it was the Gewürztraminer co-ferment. No, the Cab Franc co-fermented Gewürztraminer.
Yes.
We still have people asking about that wine, especially Ross Kovac from Alberta in Canada. He's still asking at least every couple months. Do you got your hand on more of that? I mean, it was a big hit. But also because Fogellar Wine, Mark Pister make the wine at Mary Nesson's with their collab program, and Jeff Moots with Divergent. So that Mary Nesson is becoming a big hub of cooperation and collaboration in the Niagara wine industry. And we also have some of our very, very good friends here and very established winemaker who worked at Mary Nesson's, who used to make the wines at Mary Nesson's before. Jeff Undermark, our winemaker here at Mount Bushry, Ryan DeWitt, who's at Ryan's going to join us. Then I think Ryan was at Mary Nesson's before as well. So anyway, it's a great hub of winemaking.
Let's meet Mitchell, because I know he's got to go to a
dinner. I know. Sorry, I started to talk about it.
While you guys are chatting, I'm going to come up and get wine, right?
Perfect.
So, Mitchell, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. It's so nice to see you.
It's very nice to be on. I've already got a step ahead of you with some Cab Franc right here.
Oh, there you go.
Wait a minute. I'm right here too, Mitchell. I have here a bottle of the 2019 Platinum that I found in my library here. So I'm like, why not? Because should we talk to our audience about not getting, like, it's frustrating, right? With sometimes when you have a third party who hold you by the balls and you cannot do anything. It's the story of our life, Mitchell, around here. Like so many times.
I have an idea for you, okay? And then let's move on. I have an idea for you. How about we taste the Mary Nesson once it arrives this week? We'll just go live whenever it gets here. Well,
that's a great
a few days to settle down, maybe.
But I did call them, and they called me back yesterday to tell me they still didn't know where the package was, which is really unfortunate.
Oh my God.
We had 54 packages come here, and only two got a little delayed.
No, we're at 4, Mira. I did the tour of all my list. There's 4 missing packages.
So what is that, 8%?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's higher than cork wines.
Start our own. We should start our own. Yeah.
Mitchell, welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining me. I'm really excited here to have you because we have, for a long time, we've been tasting Marinessence wine, and we have some of our friends like Jeff Undermark, who used to be at Marinessence before. It's a great name, household name in the Ontario wine industry. How long have you been there, Mitchell?
I started in 2018 as a cellar hand, and yeah, I agree with the household name. It's honestly a blessing to work for such a renowned winery, and we've got lovely Cab Franc on the property that I'm going to be looking at in the next couple of weeks, getting it off.
So okay, so now that's the question I was just about to ask you. Where are you at? Because here in BC, our winemakers are sitting down, starting to coach hockey, and their season is over. I'm telling you, we started the crush here in August. It's been crazy early. Everything is done. Everything is in barrels as we speak. So how about you? Where are you at here in your process on the 2023 harvest?
We're very far along the way, and really the only thing that's still out there is a little bit of Riesling for some late picks, and then mostly it's just Cabernet Franc and Cabernet Sauvignon we're waiting on. We've got some Petit Verdot today. We got Syrah a couple days ago, so really all of the reds are in and just waiting for those last few. And then, of course, ice wine, people are talking about it might be quite early this year. Fingers crossed that it's not too early.
Yeah, exactly. Is there one pick you don't want to have too early? It's that one, correct? Hey, Mitchell. So for our people out west who are tuning in, so where are you guys located exactly in Niagara? Because we know, but for our people out west, mostly Niagara is split in two regional, very distinctive region in Niagara-on-the-Lake and Niagara Escarpment. So where are you at for you, Mitchell?
Marinessence is located in Niagara-on-the-Lake, and if you guys want to get more specific and you want to look into our sub-appellation system, Marinessence in the 4 Mile Creek sub-appellation, and we're right on Line 3 and Concession 1 in Niagara-on-the-Lake. Lots of sunshine, some great heat units. Most of our vineyard is Cab Franc, which is awesome to be on here, and we really get the ripening for that varietal.
When it comes to Cab Franc, Mitchell, I mean, every winemaker has their own little philosophy, their own little stylistic difference, because that's one thing with Cab Franc. There's so much. It's a little bit, to me, it's a little bit like the red version of the Chardonnay. It's the winemaker's friends, right? It's like there's so much you can do with the oak, different style of oak, different style of ferment. So what's your own personal philosophy when it's time to Cab Franc?
For me, you're waiting in the vineyard until you watch it go from red fruit to blue fruit. That's really what we want to be looking at when we're picking Cab Franc. And my favorite part about Cab Franc isn't necessarily the fruit. It's all those other characteristics it brings to the table, the savory notes, your fresh tobacco, your cedar box, all of those things that kind of exist in the skins of the grape. So I'm going to be picking as ripe as I could get without pushing it too late. So we do have frost warnings later in our year. And you want to get it off before things get too crazy. And then long maceration times. I mean, Cab Franc, we're going to pick with enough acid and tannin that it's going to be ageable. And I think that's really the thing I love about Cabernet Franc is it packs a punch when we're making it in Niagara. And I'm also in BC because I've had some lovely Cab Francs from out there too. So pushing the ripeness on that, long extraction, so maceration periods like up to 28 days. And then we're going into a combination of new oak and used oak, but really only trying to get like 20-25% new oak in the blend, as I don't want to overpower all of the fruity notes, the savory notes. The Cab Franc kind of has everything locked in already. I don't want to overpower it. I kind of want to let that fruit really shine.
Yeah, no, definitely. And in terms of oak, do you have a very specific taste in terms of oak? Are you more of a French and American combined? Are you a French Hungarian? Are you French only? What's your philosophy here?
So some people might look at me and say, well, that guy doesn't look too old. So I'm definitely still learning, which is part of my favorite part about wine is like, I don't know, I could spend 50 years doing this and I think I'd still learn something new. And when
every vintage, you're a newbie.
Yeah.
I mean, right? Everyone's a newbie every vintage, right?
And when it comes to oak, like there's just as much selection, like the forests, the toasts, like there's so many little nuances you could change, and it's going to just completely change the profile. So we use a combination of French and American oak. Again, a combination of new and old. We'll buy once filled as well from local wineries because there's a lot of people turning around new oak barrels and then getting new ones. So we try to balance cost as well as efficacy. And realistically, I don't want too much oak in my wines. And it's going to be a Cab Franc can really shine with some American oak. So I've got a Missouri Redoux that I'm going to put in for some people who might know that. I'm going to put some Cab Franc in there, and I think it's going to really shine. But we also have some French oak that I'm really excited for. D'Aquitain's a really awesome barrel producer that we just got some for. And that brand new barrel is definitely slotted for Cab Franc. And that's French oak on that side.
And so I see your lineup here. You have, obviously, we're tasting today the Platinum Series. So there's the Heritage Series, there's the Platinum Series. So what's the difference here between your tiers? How do you, at the end of the day, when you have all of these beautiful barrel lining up in your barrel room, and how do you come up at the end with your final blend? Who goes where?
That's a good question. And honestly, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. It's the best part of the job, but it's also one of the most difficult ones because you're tasting through a lot of barrels and really trying to find where the wine belongs. And so for me, the Platinum Series is trying to showcase what we could do in Niagara. So it's always going to be the best, most Cab Franc barrels I can find where they're showing varietal, but they're high tannins, ageable, lots of acid to the table, and then also showing all of those notes I want from Cab Franc. So this one, for me, looking at like tobacco on top of that red and blue fruit, a little bit of cedar box that I mentioned before, and trying to select through the barrels. So that kind of is where we go first. Picking the ones for Platinum to make sure I have enough barrels. And they're very small batches, about 4 barrels in this 2019 blend. That's it. So
we're talking like 100 cases.
Tiny, yeah. Tiny batches. I mean, I'm going to start with much more Cab Franc than that and really go through with a fine-tooth comb and try and find the ones that are showing off Cab Franc in the best way. And the Heritage Series is where we get to play around a little bit. So that's where Cabernet Franc Gewürztraminer co-ferment existed. I'm sorry to all of your customers and guests that love that. It doesn't exist anymore, all sold out. There's Merlot Gewürztraminer on the shelf, but let's not talk about that because this is Cab Franc night. We have in the works right now Cabernet Franc and Riesling co-ferment, which I'm very, very excited for. I just tasted it. It's macerating right now. It's at the wine stage, but it's still hanging out on its skins. Tons of flavor, really cool, like baking spices and fruit. So Heritage Series is where something like that exists. We're also playing around with single vineyard. Like at Marinus, and I had mentioned, we have lots of Cabernet Franc on the property. We also have some of the oldest Cabernet Sauvignon in Canada. And we'll be doing single vineyards or single varietals in the Heritage Series, talking about that vineyard or about a fun winemaking style like a Cab Franc Gewürztraminer co-ferment.
That is crazy.
Separation exists there.
Yeah, the first time that I heard the Cab Franc Gewürztraminer, I started to laugh. I'm like, "Well, you're joking? There's a mistake around that." Like quickly, you're like, "Huh? Is it a Niagara take on the northern Rhone, right? The Syrah Viognier?" But the result was astonishing. Before I let you go, I know we have a couple more minutes here. 2019, that's what we're tasting. This is fresh. Okay, yes. Really, really fresh. There's the beautiful freshness in there. Obviously, the tannin are still like this. It's still in his youth. This wine will last for easily another decade. This is just getting started. But this is how can you describe 2019 vintage from your area, because you were with Marine Essence, you were part of that program. So what 19 remind you?
This is actually the first vintage where I had the winemaker title, so I got to really put my hands in it and do a lot of work. 19 was what I would consider a really, I don't want to use the word average because it was a good vintage for Niagara. But very what we're used to and what I'm expecting. It wasn't knock your socks off. I'm sure you're going to have some people talk about 2020 today.
And I have a bunch of 2020s, right? The vintage of the century. So
19 was like really good. And you talk about the freshness in this. 19 was one of those vintages where we had a little bit more cooler weather. We got the sunshine, so we got to ripen our Cabernet Franc. Like there's no green notes in here, and that's just because it came off very ripe. But what did happen in this vintage was lots of acidity was left in those grapes. So this is one where I made the conscious decision to not mess around with the acidity. I did not play around at all. And so it keeps a lot of that freshness and ageability in there. It gives that crunch to Cab Franc. And it's one of the things I really, really enjoy in Niagara Cab Francs. And again, for it being quote unquote, I know I said I wouldn't use average, but a normal vintage for us, we still make some pretty amazing Cab Franc, even in a very average year like that. And that is why I think Cab Franc just...
Yeah. And I guess like 19 will stay pretty close to your heart for a long time in terms of being one of being the first one at the helm of the team. But yeah, this is crunchy. You mentioned it. It's crunchy. And yeah, I like that. It's very Cab Franc. And sometimes people say, what do you mean? You're drinking a Cab Franc. Like, so you can, but yeah, this is Cab Franc. I like the tobacco. I like the spice at the end. But yes, the acid, to me, that's the highlight of that. And that's going to last for a long time. I'm at 90 plus, on the verge of 91 points in here. I love that. I'm not that big bomb guy. Like, I'm sure I'm going to have some amazing 2020s later on. Will for sure like being blown away. But I love these a little bit more rustic, crunchy wines. And, you know, like, I don't want to throw the Loire Valley all over the place in here because, you know, but, you know, when you talk about a little bit more fresher style, that's where it leads me. So this is well done. I really enjoy that. So great job, Mitchell. Thanks for joining me. I know you have a busy evening in front of you, and I will wish you all the best. And Mira, do you have a question for Mitch before we're letting him go?
Well, I guess because we talked about the Gewurz, did I miss it? The Cab Franc Gewurz, is it ever coming back, or did you already?
You missed it. I'll brief you on that.
Oh, okay.
Let me just, I'll go quickly and talk about the story behind it. Is we had a row of Cabernet Franc right beside a row of Gewürztraminer, and they were both ripening at the same time. And so it was like kind of the vintage was telling us it wanted to happen. So we made that pick, co-fermented it together. The following year, Gewürztraminer came off much earlier, but right in line with Merlot. So Merlot Gewürztraminer is still on the shelves, and that's where we kind of stay on our toes. And then this year we had some Cab Franc come off actually much earlier than other stuff, but it was still nice and ripe, about 22.5 bricks, good acidity, good fruit. And it came off the same vineyard. So we're actually probably going to put single vineyard on the Cab Franc Riesling co-ferment, which is going to be exciting.
Well, I love that because it speaks to how innovative you guys are, and yet how there's so much tradition. You make a kick-ass Cab Franc as well. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, I just got to stay on your toes. And I mean, it's fun for us when we get to play around with things like that too. So keeps things interesting. And I'd love to do the classic winemaking because it's what I fell in love with. But being a little bit adventurous keeps things interesting.
Totally.
Hey, keep on rocking the Movember, buddy. I really love it. I wish I can pull it off like you do. Wow. This is kick-ass.
If anybody wants to, you can find me on Instagram at Mitch the Wino, and I am doing the Movember. We've raised about $1,000 with me and my team, and there's some other guys. They're all winemakers, and they've got some killer mustaches as well.
That's
You know,
awesome. I found your tag. I'm gonna put you in the comments here.
Yeah, please do.
Great.
Mitch, thanks a million. We'll try to help to raise that $1,000. We'll try to double that up this year, and I'll be happy to be part of that. So I'm getting started.
Thank you very much for having me on. And I love what you do. And I'm looking at your shelf behind you. I see a lot of familiar labels.
Yeah.
Similar.
Thank you very much, Mitchell. Have a good one. We'll be in touch very soon, okay?
Yep. And I hope that package gets to you shortly. And we can talk whenever it arrives.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining me tonight. Really appreciate it.
Cheers. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you. It should be. It should be. There's a lot of fun back there.
Cheers.
There you go. Mitchell McCurdy, winemaker at Mary Nesson. That was a heck of a start.
Yeah,
Hey,
that was so much fun.
I love that. Absolutely love that. What a great, like Mitchell's been with Mary Nesson since 2018. He got his hands on as a winemaker for the 2019 vintage, the Platinum here. That's what we're tasting tonight. So we started pretty heavy here, okay, with the young, bright, well, young 2019. I mean, for some vintage sometimes takes much longer before developing, and that's going to last forever. This is fresh. This is crunchy. The tannin are still grippy, but wow, I like that a lot. It's right on the verge of 91 points to me, pretty close. So I love what Mary Nessons do. And here is the start. So yeah, Mira, what do you think of our start?
I think it's great. I'm not sure if I totally messed up my my order of wines, but this one smells most Cab Franc, and so I'm guessing it's probably the one that you just tasted, because the other two are the entry levels, $16, $20.
Yeah,
right?
but I haven't tasted the rosé yet. But we'll see what's going on with that. Well, in terms of the,
don't worry.
yeah, exactly. How's that? How's the rosé for you?
I got warmed up. It's great.
There you go.
It makes me think it's really, really cool because I have the same nose. Yes, almost the same nose between the Mary Nesson and the rosé, like the same characteristics. It's really neat because
it is.
I didn't necessarily, know how to pick that up until maybe a year ago. So. That's
interesting because we have so to get people started here, okay, we have I did already number because we hosted Mitchell in an interview, so I tasted the wine from Mary Nesson, who was here, wine number 37. So wine 37 is already around at 90 plus points. Sorry about that. And we're going to go wine number 2 here with number 20 on our spreadsheet, which is the Lele Cab Franc Rosé, VQA Niagara River. So there's a small little single vineyard there where they are sourcing their fruits, and a small little batch of 70 cases of that Cabernet Franc rosé. So yes, we already did our rosé marathon all the way back in June, but you know what? I was like, to start with the nice Franc rosé, which is my second favorite varietals for rosé here. It's the Saignée method. There's a little smokiness on the nose. I like that. And when I talk smoke, and especially for Niagara, that doesn't mean anything with wildfire or anything, just for people. Here, it's a little bit like more like smoky in terms of tobacco, smoky a little bit more on the like barbecue grill, but nothing like ashtray or the negative sense of smoky. Because for being in BC, we need to be very careful with the term smoky.
Yeah.
People get worried in a hurry when they hear smoky. So easy smoky. This is pretty good.
Yeah, and I think your favorite varietal for rosé is Pinot Noir, right? Yeah. We know from our Pinot Noir marathon that we did like this, that the Pinot Noir and the Cab Franc rosés typically score higher too. Not just with us, but with lots of other people.
So here with my wine, with my Niagara River, this is bright, really bright, really fresh. It's 2021, but this is not a rosé. It's not a seasonal rosé. Let's put it that way. You know, the one that you're waiting for the new release. I mean, this can age easily 5 years. This is a table wine. This is a wine for the dinner table. There's a lot you can do with poultry, with pork. So this is a big boy. I give that an 89 plus. Here as a $37 including tax. So not a cheap rosé, definitely, but the quality is there. There's that really crisp cranberry, also rhubarb, but there's that second layer of flavor, like brings like some herbaceousness into that. So really, yeah, it's well done. And I want that more at the dinner table. So if here with salami. There you go.
Salami. We have some grassiola tomorrow. That'll be nice too.
While I'm finishing that, how about you talk about the open house tomorrow?
Yeah. So if you're in the Okanagan, and I believe Mike LaPlante is in the Okanagan at the moment. We're just not sure exactly where. But if you are in the Okanagan, please stop by our open house from 2 to 4 tomorrow, and you can taste some of these wines yourself. I know there's a few members stopping by, which is awesome. And yeah, that's tomorrow, open house.
There you go. Perfect. So now we're going to start with our 2 entry level wines. So these are the wine under $20. Both are from Ontario. We have one from Prince Edward County and one from the bench, from the Beamsville bench, more specifically from Vineland Estate, who is our lowest, the lowest on the price point. It's a $19.95, so $16 wine. This wine has been a value wine for years. I mean, when we talk about wines over delivering, that's what we're talking about. I mean, every year, I remember we featured the 2021, I believe, and it's always blow your socks off for the price, especially here in BC. We don't find these kind of wines from serious wineries. So here's the 2022 here. It's Niagara Peninsula appellation. I mean, herbaceousness, pyrazine, bell pepper. You got them all. But there's also red fruit in there. The spice is tremendous, really spicy finish. Red fruit, easy drinking. I mean, it's round. If I close my eyes, I taste that and I'm like, yeah, this is really delicious. When I look at the price point, I'm like, are you kidding me? This is freaking fantastic, right? I mean, what do you think, Mira? Like for $16 tax in.
I think that's fantastic. I mean, that's what, like $12, $13 BC wine. You can't even find reds in BC for that price that are local, right?
I mean, yeah. This is 90 plus points. And especially because of the price point.
Yeah.
If it was $25, I'm gonna be like, meh, it's $16. 16. So yeah, I mean, yeah, top notch for $16. And sometimes I'm a little jealous because we don't have that around here. If you're a
Yeah.
serious wine drinker, this can be part of your everyday drinking selection. This is nothing wrong, even if you're a very serious wine drinker. So that was for Vineland 2022, their entry level, the Niagara Peninsula. Now, what I would like to do here, and I would like to go with the 2018 Casadilla. Okay, this is from Prince Edward County. I believe that the fruits are Prince Edward County as well. So let's see what Cab Franc 2018 pack is giving you for $19.95, including tax. That must be interesting. Let's try it. Again, fresh on the nose. There's no oxidation at all. Well, maybe a tad when you swirl, maybe a little hint. So it's cold climate, Cab Franc, a little grippy, bell pepper. There's a slight hint of oxidation in the back end, but it's still enjoyable. Red fruit with a little bit of a, let's say, like not mocha, but maybe more like coffee grind. Not a ton of spice though, quite short. I will go with a honest 88 plus. I'm sure that I can, with the fresher vintage, see a little bit more of it. But like, I mean, this is drinkable. And again, under $20, right? Let's keep that in mind. So yeah.
Awesome. And how did we? So we had the 2018 Cab Franc.
Yeah.
Do we have other ones from Casadilla, or is it mainly that? That's
no.
okay.
I have another one. We have Casadilla. I believe that we
two down. Yeah. So we have their $20 and their $27 one.
Yeah, exactly. And
In a minute.
oh yeah, it's on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So I can pull that up right away with the Bella Terra, and maybe I'm gonna wait on the mythology because we're gonna have Mark Simpson hosting, joining us a little later on. So I might hold on. So Bella Terra, calm the Franc down, and we'll do here the other one, Casadilla, the 2017 Reserve. Okay, so let's do these two here to start. Casadilla and calm the Franc down here. So calm the Franc down is 2021 vintage. It's a $24.95 wine. So let's start with that. Not as dark. Yeah, no, both look pretty similar.
So we're going by price point from the least expensive to the most expensive, with all tax and deposits and everything in. So this is our third least expensive wine. Calm the Franc down.
Yeah, absolutely. Of our 53, it's our third.
54. I can 54, just so you know.
54. Yeah. Hey, did you do the average price?
Yeah. The average price. Okay. And we guessed on 3 of the wines where they're not released or we weren't totally sure. So we guessed on them. But the average price is $42.95, including tax. And we have a total of, are you ready for this? A total of $2,319.04 worth of Cab Franc open right now.
$2,300 of Cabernet Franc open back there. So
that's pretty wild.
That is pretty wild. That is pretty darn awesome. There's from all the way between 2015 and 2022. So we have a good stretch of 8 vintages open from multiple sub-appellation regions, provinces. So yeah, pretty cool. So let's give a taste to Calm the Franc Down, Fred DiProfrio, winemaker at Bellaterra. That project started just before the pandemic, I believe, or during the pandemic. There was a little fun story about that wine with the VQA and the whole thing. So that's why the Calm the Franc Down came out. But yeah, it's one of a member's favorite. Even our Carl's Wine Club blend was a little based on what they have there as well, because we were inspired by that kind of wines, like well priced, like round, easy drinking, affordable but value driven.
Yeah.
This is awesome. This is a fruit bomb.
Nice.
Really round. Oh yeah, this is really good. Love that. Really, really good. I don't know if I rated the 2021 before, but oh wow, I love that a lot. Especially tonight, it's Niagara on the Lake appellation. Like alcohol, but alcohol is like, you feel there's some heat in there, but it's not over at 14%. It's well done. Oh geez, I like that. I don't know if I rated that under 90 points before that vintage, I was on glue. I really needed to do something different with what I do. But no, this is definitely 90 points.
So the 2019 you've tasted. 2019. So the 2018 was the first you tasted, I think, and then the 2019. I'm just trying to see what you get. You didn't. You did rate it at some point, but we don't have it recorded here.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, like Calm the Franc Down here, the 2021, I give 90 plus, same score than I gave the 2022 Vineland, but there's a $10 difference. Like, just keep it that way. Like, let's keep it. Like, keep that in mind. There's a big $10 gap in between, but this is really good. It is good. I want that with a barbecue, some like little piece of meat on the barbecue. Really, really fun. Fine wine for $25.
And what was your score again?
$90+.
Awesome.
Yeah, delish. I like the way you put it down. They put it delish. Well done. Casadea Reserve 2017. Peck VQA Prince Edward County. 24 months in French oak aging. A little bit of lots of chocolate on the nose.
Okay.
Blue fruits like blueberry, a little bit of blackberry too. A little hint of oxidation though, but it's 2017. It's expected, but very, very, very slightly less than what I got in the 18. Very bright palate, grippy, very grippy. This is old school, really, really old school. Like there's a rusticity. It's pretty rustic. Not as definitely not. It's not the same style that the Calm the Franc Down. But the two, let's compare both. I mean, there's 4 years different, but it attacked your mouth completely different. Like Calm the Franc Down, it's like round and soft and easy going, like a big bubbly friendly friend. And this is Casadea is a little bit more austere, a little bit more rustic. much more serious, less fruit, more bright red fruit. And yeah, the tannin it's rugged. The tannins are stiff. Very different style. So yeah, I would say here at 25, the 2017, the wine number 4 on our list at $26.95, including tax. I will go with 89 points. There's a style there, man. If you like something grippy.
Okay.
I'm intrigued of how it's going to be tomorrow, this one.
Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes the wines that are like grippier like that change more the second day, hey?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Guess what, Mira? We have tasted 6 wines already.
That's pretty good. It's only been an hour.
See? There you go. Who's our next guest? I believe that our next guest is either Ryan DeWitt, winemaker at Rust Wine Company on the Golden Mile, and we also have scheduled Mark Simpson, owner, winemaker, vigneron at Mythology Vineyard in Osoyoos. So, yeah, what I would like to do right now, I would like to jump in a part that we were both really excited. So I want you to come up here, get samples of these tank samples. I want to taste that with you. This is a 8-month neutral oak tank sample from the 2022 Boutique Clone 2014 and the 10-month of the Boutique Clone 327 from Brian Schmidt at Vineland Estates. So if you want to come up,
I will.
There you go. So I will here clean that up, and we're gonna restart with these 2. Purple. Oh, I like the color. Nice purpley. For the 214 and the 327. So let's go here with a little bit of let's backtrack a couple years ago when we went to Niagara in June with Rob Amersley, Michelle Sushak. We had a nice trip. Not the one this year, but the one the year before. And we went tailgating. And when we talk about tailgating, it's a different tailgating than a football game. I mean, we went to Vineland Estate, and Brian Schmidt, owner winemaker, and with vigneron at Vineland Estate, took us on a vineyard tour in the back of his truck. So a nice little cooler, sitting in the back of his pickup truck, and we went, especially spent lots of time in the Boutique Vineyard on the 20-mile bench. And he was explaining to us the 2 sides of the vineyard. One was planted in 1996, I believe, and the other one in 2006. I hope I don't mess up the dates here, but yeah. So the hope I don't make it. So the 214, the clone 214 was planted in 2006, and the 327 was planted in 1996. But there's a road not a road, like a little trail where it separated the 2 clones on each side. So park the truck there, and on one side you taste the 327 with the older vines, and the 214 on the other side, so you can taste. And we had a bottle of each single clone of that vintage right in the vineyard. It was a fantastic experience to talk about and experience these 2 clones side by side. So here we are today 2 years later, with the 2022 clone, the 2022 vintage, so the one that we were in the vineyard tasting the berries a couple years ago. And here you go. Now they've been like for the 2014, they've been for 8 months in neutral oak. Sorry. When it comes to Cab Franc, Brian's philosophy, it's all with neutral oak. So we have an 8 months neutral oak, single clone 214 from the boutique versus the 327. I'm just trying to see if there's a big difference on the nose. Huh. Slight difference, not huge, but slight. So I'm just thinking about that, Mira. So that these 2022 tank samples,
Yeah.
It's from the vintage that we were there.
No way.
Tailgating is from 2022. So that's the wine that we were in the vineyard. That's the
That
great.
is wild, eh?
Yeah, really,
That's
really
pretty
cool. So
Wow.
214
Okay.
on the left.
On the left.
So smaller, the smaller number on the left.
Okay. And where's this one?
And 327
Awesome.
here.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, cheers, guys.
Cheers
I'll
to
be right
you.
back.
And here you go. Mm. Obviously, I'm not going to score these two wines because they're tank sample, they're not finished product. So obviously, it's just to give us an idea. So what I would do though, right after these two, we're going to taste the 2020 vintage of the same wines. So here, Boutique Vineyard, Clone 214, and Clone 327 here. So we're going to taste them side by side with their tank sample. That's what I'm going to do. There you go. From the 2020 vintage. So 2020 vintage, obviously, for people who've been following the Niagara wine scene, the top vintage for Big Reds in many, 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 many years. So yeah, so here. So I just tasted the 214 tank sample. Now I'm going to do the 327. So 327 is softer. Softer, more fruity than the 214, to my opinion. There you go. Now we have. So what I did, Mira, I just poured the 2020 Boutique.
Okay.
The finished product from the two tank sample.
Well, that's smart.
So yeah, so to my opinion, the 214 is a little bit more cedar, tobacco, pyrazine, and the 327 is a little bit more fruity, rounder, softer, fruitier. But there's a little more grip in the backhand. So yeah, so that's my opinion of the two tank sample. So I can't wait to. Obviously, I'm not going to rate these two because they're not final product. So they're just like it's in the making, right? So I don't want to put a score on it, but I'm going to score the two 2020. So now, so
those are pre-releases, though. Those are pre-releases. Yes, I'm pretty sure.
The experience is now it's the tank sample versus the final product
That's cool.
Okay. So let's do the 214 from vines planted in 2006, vineyard in a 20-mile bench. Mm-hmm. Holy crap, that's good. Oh, okay. How much are these wines? So $35,
Including tax, yeah.
including tax. This is more on black fruit. So John says he preferred the 327. So I just tasted the 214 2020 vintage. So more dark fruit, blackberry, lots of blackberry in that wine, dark cherry. There's some chocolate as well. And there's a nice dose of, I would say, red pepper jelly. And I get here the 327. Wow. Three, two, seven. Just go in. You can feel like if you go into the grape, it's brighter. It's more red fruit. It's like red cherry. It's more like that classic Black Forest cake with that whipped cream, cherry jelly, and that chocolate. So to me, it's really Black Forest cake. I love the 327. Oh, that is good. Yeah, really, really, really good. 214, darker, more on the secondary aroma flavors, into like more of the torrefaction, more into the cedar, the tobacco, and the 327 is brighter, more in the fruit, but the structure of the 327 is outstanding. So if you guys are waiting for score for me, I think we're getting like the first 92 points here with the 327. Yeah, I'm at 92 points with the boutique clone 327, 92 points. This is very freaking good. Wow. And the 214. No slouch either. We'll go with 90.
So solid, very solid wine.
Very, very, very solid wine. I mean, yeah, very. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, super solid. But you have to come up.
It's different.
Yeah.
These are the samples you're talking about, the finished product. I was just laughing because there's way more of the 214 gone in my glass for the tank samples. So,
I mean, this is. I mean, to me, 327 is more approachable. It's more. There's more elegance. But especially with the final product, right? And so when you have a second, you need, and it's what we're going to do tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, people are coming over. I want people to taste these side by side, to see how different. It's the same vineyard. 214 is on one side of the vineyard. 327 is on the other side of that little trail, like that little dirt road. And yeah, so yeah, if you want to pop upstairs to taste the final product, I think that the 327 it's worth the walk up here.
Worth the trip up there.
I liked our setup last time when we were outside, side by side. It was easier to pass along the samples to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna switch here these 4 wines. And now let's do a little flight of 3, if I may. We'll do Reef. We'll do Ice Cellar, and we'll do Mythology. So 2 from Ontario. One from Niagara River, 1 from the 20 Mile Bench, and we're gonna have here Mythology from Oliver. So let's do these 3 wines around the same price point. We talk about here like the between $31 and $34, including tax. Okay, so here, let me set that up. Mythology. So cool stuff here. Mythology Vineyard. This is the release day. So Mark Simpson, owner winemaker, waited for today to release his brand new 2019 Cabernet Franc. That's how Mark does it. He holds it at the winery as long as possible, so he can provide a well-aged wine for you. So here you go. 2019 is getting released today. I'm waiting for Mira to come in, and we'll probably give you the first deal of the day. That we're thinking of a little 3-pack of Mythology might be available in the next half an hour or so. And so here we have Mythology, we have Reef, Estate 2020 Cab Franc Reserve, fruit from Niagara River, and Ice Cellar, Wismer Foxcroft, Cab Franc 2019. So Mira's right here with me.
Well, I want the 327
Yes.
from Vineland.
Yes,
first,
right
before
here,
that.
right here, right here. 327 here from Vineland, 2020 vintage for Mira.
Thank you.
Okay.
Legacy of Farmers on the program. I don't think so.
The what?
Do we have Legacy of Farmers on the program? We don't.
But like I said, is it a producer? I've never heard of the producer Legacy of Farmer, but I would love to hear more about it. I reached out to I don't have my scribble, my little notes where who I reached out to, but so here, this is yours here, Mira, and maybe I'll give you a splash of the Mythology.
Thank you.
And did you put your 327, Mira?
These are 327s.
Okay. Oh, this is your tank sample?
Mhm.
Okay. And this is Mythology.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, League of Farmer. Yeah, I think I reached out to them. Absolutely, Art and John. I reached out. I did not hear back. But yeah, hopefully next time we will be able to see what's going on with these guys. But yeah. So, Mira, did we hear back from Mark? Is it the 3-pack mini vertical? Did it go?
Mhm.
Yeah.
109 for 3.
Okay. Okay.
199 for.
My teeth are blue already.
6.
So listen to that, guys. Mira's coming back down. Okay, I'll wait for Mira to get downstairs. I will do here. Oof, this is Parisine at the highest. A little bit of VA too. This is really herbaceous. Oh, the ice cellar. Might have been a little problem with that, maybe. Mm. So, Ice Cellar 2019 from Wismer Foxcroft. The nose is so herbaceous, it's so barnyard. There's a little bit of VA in that, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with VA in a wine. And then the palate, bell pepper, a lot. Even green pepper, there's a lot as well. Old world, old school. There's tons of spice at the end. So this is for the 19 Ice Cellar. I want this wine to aerate a little bit.
It's a big one.
It's really like there's a lots of barnyard on the nose. I want to give it a little bit of time, but it's grippy. It's this has its style. It's really old school, rustic, spicy as well, and green pepper, lots of green pepper and bell pepper. So now, I'm gonna taste here Mythology 2019 vintage, who is released today. Never been available before. So here, and in the same time, what Marks and we discussed this week, we would like to offer to our members a 3-pack of Mythology Cabernet Franc. 1 bottle of 2017 vintage, 1 bottle of 2018, and a bottle of the newly today released 2019. $109 all in, including tax, including shipping, including everything, wherever you are in the country. How about that? How's that sound, Mira?
Be exciting. Always nice to have access to these back vintages that you can't really find anywhere else, right?
But it's not only that, it's back vintage plus the wine is released today. How cool is that, right? 17, 18, 19.
Release the Cab Franc.
A little shy on the nose, not a ton coming out here on the nose, but this is good. This is good. Red fruit. Grippy. I get the oak. The tannin. It's young. But it's a nice spice. There is some bitter chocolate. Like the very dark chocolate is right there. There's a good dose of herbaceousness. And yeah, this is exciting. I like that. This is the release day of the $32 for this one. Oh, this is nice. I like that. Okay. Elif Isel is in the house. Elif, good afternoon from Ice Cellar. So it's nice to have you. We just pour here the Wismer Foxcroft Cab Franc, and we'll taste it with you in a second here. Now I wanted to have a little sippy sip here of the Reef Estate Cab Franc Reserve. Very fruity on the nose. So the reef, it's very medium body, not a lot of tannin. I mean, there's not a ton going on. It's easy drinking, very easy drinking. It's a $30 all-in wine. 9 months in French oak, but I mean, it's round, it's soft. There's nothing jumping out of the page. There's not like it doesn't necessarily has a specific style. I would say it's a jack of all trade. Can be drink before the meal, during the meal, on its own. It's a very easy drinking wine. So I would say it's an 89 points. Now I'm intrigued with the ice cellar. I'm very intrigued here because the nose was so out there with so much herbaceousness. It's like dry thyme or dry basil. Simon, bon après-midi. Je m'attendais de te voir. Joanne is here. Simon is a Cab Franc lover. Simon, we know since the very beginning, and he joined us, that his favorite grape varietal is Cab Franc. So Simon, bonne soirée à toi au Québec. Il est présentement quoi maintenant? 7h25. On te souhaite une bonne après-midi, une bonne soirée. Yeah, the ice cellar. It's funny because usually when I think of ice cellar and an ice cell, it's these big and bold, modern, almost Napa style Cab Sauv and big varietals. And here with the Wismer Foxcroft Cab Franc, it's more on the old school approach, like herbaceous bell pepper. Really, really, really unique. This is grippy for 2019, but really old world, old school. I'm very surprised. It's like it's dirt, it's barnyard, and there's a lot of like some potpourri. So a very different delivery than what I was expecting. Nonetheless, it's own like it's really stylish in the sense that it delivers a lot. So I will go here with a 89 plus, just on the verge of a 90. I can't wait to see what's going on with that tomorrow. And fruity Cab Franc from the Mythology 19 will go with +90. Yeah, I'm intrigued with the ice cellar, where this is gonna go with a little bit of age. I'm really, really intrigued. How is this? Because I see like it's developing old world style, and it's gonna be very, very interesting to see that one in 2 to 3 years. There's the backbone, the structure to hit the strides in the next couple years and see if there's going to be any changes in the profile. Very interesting. Okay, so we just did Reef Estate Cab Franc Reserve Mythology release. Mira, do you have a link for the 3-pack? No, not yet, right?
No, we'll send it out this week. We'll send it out this week.
Perfect. I'm intrigued if Deborah is still on, because she had the ice cellar Cab Franc Wismer Foxcroft Open as well. So I'm intrigued to see if she what she think about it. So here you go. Now I'll put that back here. The reef. And let's go with the next light.
How's your palate doing there? How's your palate doing? You're what, 11 wines in?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Quarter.
Yeah, almost a quarter.
A little piece of meat.
So are we going to go in order then? Are we going to go continue in order of price? So Good Earth Food and Wine Company.
Yeah, Good Earth. Rust. Rust is the only 2022 Cab Franc book. Yeah, this is the only 2022 we have.
Oh, yeah.
And the other one I would do is so Good Earth, Rust, and let's do the Hester Creek. Let's go in order.
Let's go in order, because do we have Ryan DeWitt from Rust stopping?
Oh
in?
yeah. Ryan is coming in a few minutes. So yeah,
Okay.
Good point. I should wait. So let's do Good Earth, Hester Creek, and Lakeside. How about that?
Sounds good. Sounds good. And we might actually have Mark Simpson from Mythology also stopping by. So we'll revisit that one when he comes in.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't put it. I put it right there. So here, okay. So
you said
Good
Good
Earth.
Earth, Hester Creek, and Lakeside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you know what?
What?
No, let's do Good Earth, Hester Creek, and Evans Gate, because it's from Summerland. So like a little bit more up and down the valley. Okay, a little bit different.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
And so we have 2019, 2020, and 2021, 3 consecutive vintage. Okay, let's do that. Hester Creek. This is what's special with that wine. It's come from vines from 1968.
Yeah.
So this is old vines, Cab Franc from the Golden Mile. So 2021 vintage. The Good Earth. So it's called Good Earth Food and Wine Company. So here is the story with that. I went on Wine Align, the award list for this year National Wine Align Championship, and I went into the Cab Franc list, and I went through, and I saw the Good Earth Wine and Food Company won silver, I believe. So I'm like, interesting. I've never heard about that. They won gold, I mean. So I started to do a little bit of digging about these guys, and I came up to the information that guess who's the winemaker for Good Earth Wine and Food Company? Elia Senchuk. I'm like, that's pretty interesting. So I reached out to Elia, and he sent me a sample of his leading post, Cab Franc, and a sample of the Good Earth Food and Wine Company. So it's pretty exciting. So if you see the color here, that is pretty crazy. I don't know if you can see that here, how the Evans Gate, it's much darker than the other two. Like significantly different color. So it's going to be interesting to see here. So Hester Creek from the south, old vines. The Good Earth from Ontario, obviously, from the Lincoln Lake Shore appellation, and the Evans Gate Estate Winery, which is located in Summerland. Let's see where the fruits are coming from. Did I know that? Is it? It might be fruit from. I believe that it's fruit from Summerland. There you go. So. Let's give it a taste.
Yeah.
So 2021 Hester Creek Old Vine. Fruity on the nose for sure. 18 months, 75% French oak, 25% American oak. More and more, I'm noticing like winemaker from, especially from BC, really like to use a little bit of American oak with Cab Franc. Well, I think like from Ontario as well, it's something that Cab Franc really adopt the American oak well in small portion. So. Mm. That's spicy. Cab Franc tend to have a nice spice at the end. Oh, hey, so by the way, what do you think of the 327 boutique?
From Vineline?
Yeah.
I've got them both here. I've been tasting them. I agree with you that this is a standout wine from the other 11 or so we've tasted so far.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. Like there's definitely a steps on every other one.
And it's interesting to taste the finished product from 2020, which was the vintage of the century, and then the tank sample from 2022, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 8 months old now, because I can tell which one's which, like definitely, but it's not far off. It's just, yeah, definitely you see that the finished product, it's got this continuity about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and the one that's still in barrels is got a lot of the pieces there, but it's a little less,
Absolutely.
It's like
that is
doesn't
the
have
cream.
quite as much makeup on, or it doesn't have the nice outfit, but it's the same person, So it's a really great way.
I
to
like
learn.
your analogy. Definitely.
Great way to learn.
Definitely. So the Esther Creek is really good. Okay.
Mhm.
That's gonna score well. Definitely, absolutely, no brainer. Really good, spicy, great finish, very well layered. So I have the Good Earth here in my from the 2020 vintage, the Good Earth, and the Avon's Gate. Interestingly, it's very dirty, like earth, earthy, and a hint of VA. But not overboard VA though. I like that old world nose, a little barnyard, but not too much. That's as well balanced. The Good Earth is a little shy on the nose right now. Okay. This is good. It's elegant and feminine. For 2020, there's a lot of elegance in there. And you know what? I'm just going to pull out the leading post here.
Made by the same winemaker.
Same winemakers, right?
Yeah.
That's what happened when you have 52, 54, you can pull some trick out of your bag. Okay, let's try that. That wasn't planned either.
Yeah, so leaning posts, we're going way down the list. They're number 39 in terms of price point. And Good Earth is way earlier.
Very Cab Franc. This is really authentic Cab Franc. Perizine a little bit. This herbaceousness. And it's 19 vintage for the leaning post.
Versus Good Earth is Good Earth is 20. Yeah.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
about $11 different in price point.
There's much more grip on the leaning post. It's snappier. There's a bright acid. This is a much more serious wine. Much more serious wine. Okay. Right. Good hearth is good. Good hearth is good, though. Okay. Can't believe that went gold, though. No, I'm doing the Evans Gate here.
Okay. So sorry, did you score Good Earth?
I haven't scored any yet of these four.
Okay.
Evans Gate is good. Dark fruit. Okay, so we have a nice flight here. So now I need to pull some score. Okay, let's start with the Esther Crete.
Okay. So this is coming from the south of the Okanagan, the Golden Mile Bench. Vines from 1968. So
Yep.
really established.
This is 91 points for the 2021 Old Vines Cab Franc. I really enjoy that. Nice spice, nice dark chocolate, dark cherry, hint of herbaceousness. I like well layered. I like that. I like that. Well done. Well done. The 2020 Good Earth Food and Wine Co. doesn't have the same depth, doesn't have the same complexity. Easygoing, appealing, elegant, well-made, red fruit, hint of chocolate, hint of tobacco, but nothing. Everything is well put together. Nothing is spectacular. $34, like that. I would do 90 points.
Okay.
Okay, I enjoy that. I enjoy that. Can't complain on that. And the Evans Gate.
So Heaven's Gate and Good Earth are the same price after tax.
Same price?
Well, $1 less for Good Earth. If that makes any difference to you.
There's more personality on the Evans Gate wine. Grippy tannin. Tobacco, lots of tobacco. A little graphite as well. Yeah, a little bit kind of herbaceousness. I like that. I like that a lot. I mean, this is 90 plus. This is 90 plus.
Nice.
Yeah. You know, 76 cases made.
What?
Yeah, 76 cases made. I went up there last week and I met with Tyson. He's a one-man show there. Like as many like winemaker and like winery owner that we know around here, right? He's doing the vineyard management, the growing, like he does everything all the way to the bookkeeping and everything. So Yeah, it's interesting. And I like that. There's a great personality in this wine. This is not that fruit bomb. I like that because that little dirtiness, that little earthiness, but also that tobacco, a little almost like little Bordeaux style. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think that the Ester Creek has a little bit more depth, a little bit more layer into it. Evans Gate is more snappy. But yeah, so far, Ester Creek, I like it. I like it a lot. 91 for Ester Creek. And I am suspecting maybe Ester Creek might even score better tomorrow. It will be interesting to see how it fares. So yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. And I might just get back to the leading post a little later on for the score, okay?
Fair.
So do you want to come up and get some lines? Because now you're significantly behind behind schedule as much as
I don't even try. As much as you don't try to get a certain amount done by a certain time, I don't try to taste them all because 54, holy cow.
But you were much more fun last time.
You're my hero, Carl. Yeah. I don't want to wake up with sores in my mouth tomorrow from that many.
That's okay. We'll do it all over again tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, we'll do it all over again tomorrow.
When you come up, can you please bring me more meat?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I'll see you in a minute.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I have a story about these apples. Tractor and Vines, where the famous Pinot Noir from Daniel Bonterin from Seven Direction comes from, right here in Summerland. Our neighbors has a little orchard there, and he grows some, I think he calls it a golden gala or golden something apples. He told us last week, guys, you better go in the orchard. There's frost coming. We're going to lose the rest. Everything's going to stay in the trees. We went to harvest 5 boxes of these yellow golden something apple. They are the best apple I've ever tasted, and it's fantastic. Oh, anyway, help to refresh my mouth here. So, oops, I need a box. No, you know what I'm gonna do? I know. I'm gonna put that here. There you go. Okay, so now let's do. Love the 7. Yes, John. So the vineyard is right next door from here, 500 meters from here. And yeah, this orchard for apples is right next door, literally. Next to the Tractor and Vines vineyard. So now let's do Black Bank Hill. And you brand new. Hi, Mira's up here. So Lakeside, Organized Crime, and Black Bank Hill. Let's do that.
Lakeside, Organized Crime, and Black Bank Hill, baby.
Yeah, but I want you to taste Ester Creek.
Oh, yeah?
Because our kids, our youngest son plays hockey with Roger, the general manager at with Roger's daughter. So Roger's the general manager at Ester Creek. And we had a chance to talk about this wine this morning while the kids were practicing hockey. So here you have Ester Creek, and let's give you a little, would you prefer Black Bank Hill 2019 or 2017 Organized Crime?
I have never tried Organized Crime.
Let's do Organized Crime from here. So on the left, you have Ontario. On the right, you have BC.
Thank you.
You are so very welcome. There you go. So everyone who's joining us tonight, it's 4:45 here on the West Coast. Let me know what's in your glass. If you have a Cab Franc in your glass, or if you have anything else in your glass. I want to know. I also want to know what is the best Cab Franc that you ever had. Hey, how about that? What is the best Cab Franc? It can be a Loire Valley Cab Franc. It can be Cheval Blanc. For God's sake, if you ever had a Cheval Blanc from Bordeaux, one of the first growth Bordeaux. Don't pay attention to my teeth. I'm 15 or 16 wines in, and my teeth are blue. But yeah. Go here. This like this. So the screen looks better. Perfect. Awesome. So I'm going to do Organized Crime on the first glass. Organized Crime 2017 vintage from the Beamsville bench.
Bit of age on that one.
Yeah. Is it? And we're going to have here the brand new release of Lakeside Cellar, Single Vineyard, Desert Valley Vineyard, Cabernet Franc from the Golden Mile bench. The winery is located in Osoyoos. This is 2019. Just like Mark Simpson at Mythology, Ricky at Lakeside like to age his wine quite well before release. So, and we have a brand new player on the market, and I'm really excited about because we're going to feature these guys very soon. It's Black Bank Hill from the Beamsville bench. This is from Foxcroft Vineyard, 2019, from Black Bank Hill. Blue purple. Oh my God, this is purpley. So yeah, Organized Crime. So this is my order here. Here you go. So let's turn the page. Here. Oops, I should have not do that.
So I think Daryl's favorite Cab Franc is actually a Shiraz. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think that's what it's in his glass. I asked first question, what's in your glass? So I would say that Daryl's answering what's in our glass. So yeah.
New kind of Cab Franc. No. Okay, so you asked what's in your glass, and then you asked what's your favorite Cab Franc.
Exactly. If you have an all-time favorite,
okay.
You know, for me, it's got. I mean, this is one of my highest wine rate. This is definitely my highest rated Cab Franc this year, without a shadow of a doubt. The Pearl Morissette Cuvée Madeleine 2018 vintage, 18, right? Yeah, 18 is without a shadow of a doubt my top rated Cab Franc this year. I believe that I give it a 95 points. Yeah, absolutely stunning. Last year we had our number one wine of the year was a Cab Franc, so one of my favorite, the Colleen, the Colleen was the 2016 vintage, I believe, that I rated 96 points. So yeah, these are some of my very, very, very favorite wine, Cabernet Franc wine.
So would those be your all-time favorites then?
Right?
Or is there something else would those be your all-time favorites, or was there something else that?
Yeah, because that's it. Like, I mean, like I won't pretend that I tasted multiple like Cheval Blanc and this and that. I've never tasted Cheval Blanc, so I can't. This is the most famous Cab Franc in the world. I've never been into the Loire Valley too much. The Loire Valley Cab Franc when I was working with International Wine, it was not definitely my big focus. So I don't necessarily have a favorite since I really started to dig into the Canadian Cab Franc. I like the Poggio al Tesoro, Simon. I definitely had that before. I remember when I was in Calgary. So yes, definitely a good one. Pondview 2010. Woo!
I like how you snuck that one in there. I like that, Simone.
Woo-hoo, I love that. And
We were
Claude Rouge.
there when you tasted that, weren't we?
Probably, yeah, you're right.
That was that first Winery of the Year event at Bellaterra. I'm pretty sure. And Clos Rougeard Le Clos 2015. You know that
Yeah,
one,
it's
Carl?
probably it's the Loire Valley. So here you go. Let's dig into that 2017 organized crime. First time ever that I'm trying organized crime wines. Yeah, a little bit of age on the nose, nothing oxidized, though just a little bit more mature notes. Coffee, mocha. Yeah, tobacco, cedar. Darker fruit. Mm-hmm.
You can see Carl
Spicy. Spicy, well aged. Doesn't have a crazy length. A little bit of charcoal. Super soft. Really, really soft. I like that. Like it shows is 6 years of age. Definitely, it shows, but it doesn't show it badly. Show it well. It shows right where it should be on its curve. There's no disappointing fact of maybe a little too old. No, this is actually priming. To me, this is top of the curve here. Yeah.
This is organized crime.
Organized crime. Yeah, Beamsville Bench 2017. This is silver. There was 91 points at the wine line here, silver medal. So it was well regarded. Fermented and aged in barrel. So this barrel ferment in there. So yeah. Okay. 17, let's go to 20. We're going to have two 2019 side by side here, okay? Lakeside.
Are you doing scores?
I will when I, well,
okay.
Yeah, I want to taste the other two first, okay?
Okay. So Lakeside and
Black Bank Hill. Okay, I got it. I already got it. Okay.
Tell me.
Remember when I smell ice cellar? I was like, whoa, Barnyard, VA. I just get the exact same nose in the Black Bank Hill.
Huh. So maybe it's that area or something.
You know what? You know what? No. Same vineyard. Wismar Foxcroft.
Oh, no way.
Same vineyard. This is really freaking cool here. Huh. Wow. Okay, so that's that's what Cab Franc from Wismar Foxcroft comes like. Wow. Okay.
Well, that's interesting.
Exact same nose. Yeah, Barnyard at the boom. Something that I know Simon really likes. We had that conversation together when we were at Bellaterra. And he really likes these old world barnyard style of
That's interesting. So same vineyard. So then that tells me that sometimes this idea of the earthy, the barnyard, this stuff, it's not necessarily like Brett, like a bacterial thing. It could be the way the wine is showing from that vineyard.
Well, when we talk about VA, yeah, it's the bacteria, but it means for me, it may be just not it's maybe that typicity of the vineyard coming out because now we're talking about completely two different producer. Ice Cellar produced
never touched the odds of two having the same.
They're in Niagara on the Lake. Ice Cellars are in the 4 Mile Creek the wineries in 4 Mile Creek appellation. So the grapes are harvested on the 20 Mile Bench and taken to the 4 Mile Creek to be processed. And Taylor at at Black Bank Hill is right next to the winery, is right next to the vineyard. They're both in the 20-mile bench, the winery and the vineyard. So, but the exact same nose, exact same nose. So if you want to come up, I will say I'll get you the test, okay? Like the two side by side, it's crazy. They smell the same. So really, really, really cool here. So Lakeside smells much more modern. This is Washington State. This is West Coast. I got fruit. I got a little tobacco. I got a little hint of dark chocolate. Maybe a hint of eucalyptus as well. Lakeside is well made, spicy, grippy. I can get the American oak in there. There's some vanilla. Very well made wine for a $30 wine, and I think that it might be including tax of the $30 because I think that Lakeside is one of the wineries who has their
Oh, you're right.
tax.
I missed that. Mm-hmm.
The tax included. So just a thought here, but
You're right. You're right. So that changed. Let me see if that changes our average. Okay. $4. It's $42.86, 10 cents down from our previous average. Okay.
there you go. See, that's what $4, 15% does, right?
Hilarious.
So
Hey,
let's go to Black Bank Hill.
Yeah, and then
Right.
I have Ryan DeWitt, winemaker at Rust, in the green room, which is very exciting. Ryan, we see you. We can't wait to see you in the live here. Carl's tasting Black Bank Hill from Ontario, from the Wismer Foxcroft Vineyard. We've had two
Dark fruit. It's really much more like coffee grind. There's blackberry, the tannin a little more snappy. So bright acid in that 2019 Black Bank Hill. A little bit of difference in the flavor profile in the ice cellar. Not as much spice, but I suspect that Adnan used American oak and Taylor exclusively used French oak. That might be the difference. So not as much pepper at the end, but it's crazy the nose. I can't believe that. So let's do score of these three before we get into, we'll bring Ryan in. I want to do, I mean, the 17 organized crime has arrived. He's in his prime. That's going to get better. So it's a 90 plus. I like it. But he hit its top, right? So 90 points. Lakeside, I like Black Bank Hill. Black Bank Hill is just getting started. I give that wine a 91 point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I give that one a 91 point. I like the way it's going, and it's going to keep climbing the ladder. I have no doubt about that. Lots of potential. Dirty, earthy, old school. I love that. I really, really do. Tremendous personality of that wine. And have tasted the Syrah from the same vintage, and I get that same type of old world profile. I really enjoyed that. As per the Lakeside, the tannins are there. This Lakeside, those are 90 points. I like it as well. It might even be, you know what? Maybe a 90 plus. 90 plus. It's just like fun to drink, like fruity, but well balanced. There's not a high alcohol. It's very well balanced. the tannin are stiff, but it's just gonna go like it's just gonna evolve very well. So yeah, I like that a lot. But the Black Bank Hill on that flight, top notch. Really like that. The old school, the old world aspect of that.
And so now I'm dying after we bring Ryan on. I'm gonna try that Black Bank Hill with the ice cellars side by side because it's the same vineyard, but like you said, American oak, French oak, different producers. I'm dying to do that.
But that American oak, French oak, Mira, is just my assumption. It's not a fact.
Okay, we'll find out.
It's just me trying to understand why one is much spicier. Why it's like, but same vineyard, same vintage, two different area from the same vineyard. So it's really, and the nose is crazy, identical the nose is. So awesome. Yeah.
Well, hey, speaking of people that like and are passionate about single vineyards, differentiating around terroir, we got Ryan DeWitt in the house. Ryan is winemaker at Rust Wine Company. Ryan, so good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ryan, how's it going, man?
It's, so good.
Yeah, Mira, how about you come up here and you get some Rust wine while you're
in my glass.
There you go.
In your honor, Ryan.
I have it handy.
There you go. I gotta hear. Thanks for joining me, Ryan. That's awesome.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
So, I'm gonna pour that bad boy here in my glass. And yeah, how's where are you at now? Obviously, harvest is all over on your side. Everything has been pressed so far, or is anything else need to be pressed?
No, everything's all pressed off. We finished harvest on October 11th, which is a couple of days earlier than our previous record. But we had a really kind of low crop year because of the winter damage that we had before. Very fortunately, actually, the Cab Franc was not damaged by the winter, but early, nice warm season. You know, apart from the fires that were around, it actually was a pretty good vintage. And like knock on wood, we don't have any wines in the cellar yet that are showing any of that smoke character, which is pretty unbelievable. Truthfully, we're all just kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, but.
Yeah, and well, luckily the fire was near you, was not for the. It was content pretty early. I mean, it didn't last too long. It's not like the one in Kelowna where it burns for 3-4 weeks. So the one down south was more of a flash wildfire. So
yeah, we didn't get quite the intensity of smoke that should affect the wines, but we're always very cautious, and I wouldn't say we're nervous people, but just kind of like you have to just wait and see what happens. We don't expect to know how it's going to turn out.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the thing with the smoke, right? Sometimes it shows up after 3 years in the bottle. Like it's a very, very wonky type of thing, and you never know.
Totally, yeah. But we didn't come here to talk about smoke.
That's true. That's totally true. I don't want to alarm people anyway, because I'm hearing that the quality of 2023 for the small crop is fantastic. So I'm hearing that across the valley. So yeah, let's not talk about that. I don't even want to touch it as well. 2022. So when I'm looking at all my 54 Cab Franc that I got here, 54. Okay, you're the only one to get the 2022 out here, so that's cool. And I want to know why. I'm sure our people say, is it because there's no oak treatment? It's been stainless steel and in and out. So what's the winemaking process here?
No, it was pretty. We just kind of leaned into the vintage. 22 was a cooler year here. We had a very, very warm fall. So that kind of saved our necks, truthfully, in regards to the vintage. But this wine is kind of what we've been trying to make for, pretty much since I started. I think, the MO on hiring me was to kind of bring some freshness, some lighter, more drinkability to the wines, and to kind of change things slowly. And so the goal with Franc rust is to make something more like Chinon, more drinkable, more light, a little bit fresher, and I think that was the goal that was accomplished with this. Um, it's only 13% alcohol. It's in barrel, but for like 6 months, a very short period of time. We missed a vintage, so partially what comes into it is that 21 was really smoky. So
Yeah.
that wine was never going to be released. Never saw the light of day. Very fortunately, it was the most smoky wine that we had. So we knew that we had to kind of make a fresher style that was earlier to market, and it just kind of, I remember I was with one of our sales reps tasting through the cellar, and we pulled the Franc out. I hadn't tasted it probably for a few weeks, and it was like, oh my goodness, this is the guy. This is kind of the way that we want it to be. It's paler. It's like if Cab Franc was Gamay, so a little bit more fine tannins, a little bit more perfumed, kind of a little bit of a
super elegant. Did you do any carbonic maceration or anything like that?
Yeah, all whole berries.
Okay, yeah, because I got that little the texture here. That's the fluffy texture and elegance and approachable. I love that.
Yeah, and that's the hope going forward. We have a little bit more structure in the 23, but it's still bright and fresh and fruity, picked earlier for that kind of that style. This whole range of wine is meant to be something that is consumed young. We don't really intend for you to hang on to it for too many years. This is a 3 to 5 year wine. All of our more premium tier wines, my goal is that you keep them, hopefully that they live, I guess, for at least 10 years plus. So this is kind of the smashable series, we call it.
I mean, I'm surprised. I didn't expect that fruitiness. This is really, really, really good. And while Atmir is here, and I shouldn't say that, but it reminds me, like, back in university, that easy girl that I always want to go back on Friday night. Like that's that wine. Easy, but pretty darn freaking good.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that, right?
No, she was the girl.
I can't believe it. I really said that.
It was cool listening to you talk about because I used to work for the Wismers in Niagara.
But I wanted to bring that point to you. I knew you were coming on, and I knew I wanted to bring that point because first I didn't know that Ice Cellar. I knew that Ice Cellar was pulling some fruits with their Syrah sometimes. I didn't know about their Franc, and that's funny because when I pulled the Black Bank Hill and I saw Wismer and I saw Foxcroft, I'm like, wow, okay. So and then the nose is just, it's crazy. It's identical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty neat, isn't it?
It's crazy.
And I was around when Adnan was just starting, so I've been around for a little while now. But I used to work in his vineyard as well to help get it going. But it's really neat hearing about the structure of that site, and it was one of my favorite places. So that's cool.
Yeah, no, totally. So does it make sense now that I get the exact same thing on the nose from two different producers, one from Niagara on the Lake, one from the Beamsville Bench, with the same source of fruit.
Yeah, I think it just shows you how special that vineyard is. It's a great north-facing slope. It's beautiful, and the Wismers do a great job of taking care of it. So it's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. I'm glad because I wanted to touch base with you because I knew you were on the other side. Did you work at Mary Nescent as well?
No,
you didn't. It's only Jeff. Okay, because I had the winemaker earlier.
Yeah, we didn't talk to people in Niagara on the Lake much, truthfully. But yeah, it's not too different from our vineyard in OK Falls, really. We have a really nice big Cab Franc block. It faces south in our instance, but we really rely on elevation, the altitude, to keep it cool. So that with Foxcroft, it's the proximity to the lake. It's really nice and close. It faces north. It's a cool spot. With Lost Horn, it's south facing, so you would normally get that really intense afternoon sun, but we get a lot of altitude, temperature changes. what I find the biggest difference between growing Franc here versus Ontario is we get phenolic ripeness. We get the skins ripe a lot earlier. So if you picked, 21, 22 bricks Cabernet Franc in Ontario, I think you're going to get a lot of more green flavors. You kind of have to let it hang a little bit longer. Not too much, but it leans more to the herbal side, whereas here you kind of get that. We just have a little bit more sunshine, and I think the skin's just riper sooner generally than people pick for. I think we still have a bit of an old school kind of mentality. So we'll pick 24, 25 bricks, and you're going to get 14.5% alcohol. It's going to be this big, broad, brooding, they can be boozy. And we're kind of hoping to kind of ease away from that slowly.
No, definitely. I get the freshness there. I totally, and there's even a little bit of minerality in there. Like a little bit like of that rugged minerality, like charcoal style. That to me often comes from Okanagan Falls. I truly enjoy that. So this, how many cases of that you guys have produced?
We did a fair bit, actually. We did, I think over 1,000 cases, about 1,000 cases.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
But it's gone, basically, like we don't have any to sell anymore. Like there's a bit kicking around in the market, and we have, I think, a little bit around, but we're already, getting into the end of it, which is pretty amazing. We're very fortunate that way.
Well, that's what happened when you skip a vintage, right? I mean, totally. People were waiting for it, and like, boom.
Yeah.
So I've been talking with Emily at the head office for you guys, and we're looking at featuring some of your wines in early New Year's. So it's pretty exciting. So cool. We'll get in touch and see what we can do. But I really like that. I give that 91 points.
Thanks, Carl.
Like definitely, it's round, it's soft, it's approachable, but geez, that it's enjoyable.
Yeah, like for some of the wines, we kind of see what happens when critics score them and what they like. And truthfully, with things like this, 91's awesome, but I'm happy with like an 89, 88, something like that, where it's just like, like not everything needs to be 100 points, like if we work really, focus over years and we're crafting this wine and it's this whole thing. And if I saw 88, it would be kind of like, oh, man, that's kind of rough. But with something like this, it's like, I want it to be young and smashable. Drink it now, enjoy it. Don't stress too much about it.
And you know what? I have a bunch of 89 in there at the beginning, 89, 88 plus that are good, smashable wine. But this is very, very good, smashable. Yeah. Like there's a noticeable, obviously it's not in the category of the complex and intricate and all of that. No, this is not the purpose of the wine anyway. I get it right out of the gate. But in terms of smashable and easy drinking, this is at the best. To me, it's the high end of smashable. Like that's why it's at 91. That usually when it's easy like that, that's the max that I go with 91 because I often look for complexity, but it's not the purpose, and it hits the top spot of smashable, easy going.
Nice, thanks, Carl.
Yeah, no, thanks to you. It's a really, really good job. So thanks, Brian. I really appreciate you joining me tonight. I mean, I have another 35 wines to go, so
stay strong.
And my teeth are already. Hey, are you available tomorrow? I know that you're a dad with young kids, but if you're available tomorrow, we're in Trout Creek. All of these wines are
three kids. So you're welcome to drop by.
Thank you.
So welcome to join and taste some of these wines. I mean, there's some of your old stomping ground that you might like to revisit, and some stuff from around you as well. So it will be great to hang out tomorrow afternoon if you want.
Cool. Thanks, Carl. I'll let you know.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mira, did you have anything to say to Ryan about that smashable 91 points Lost Horn Vineyard? Isn't it freaking good? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Reminds
Just
me a
drink it.
teeny bit of that Mary Nissen Cab Franc worts we had that we keep talking about. Again. That same kind of freshness, elegance,
Nice.
almost creaminess. We love it. We love it. Well, so
Thanks,
nice.
Ryan.
Thank you
guys.
so
It's
much.
fun.
Have a
Have a
good
great
one. I appreciate you a lot. Thanks a million.
Yeah, you too.
Cheers.
Bye.
See how to close the circle on that Black Bank Hill cellar? Ryan used to work with Wismer at Foxcroft Vineyard, so he knows this vineyard very well. And he used to work with Adnan at so yeah, it's boom. What a great how to close the loop is absolutely fantastic. So I am so happy. That rust, that guy's trying to explain, right? In my scale, to me, when you look at the wine without a ton of complexity, now like it's more of a fun, easy drinking wine. I kind of have a 91 points. It's the top of my bracket. But this really hit the top bracket of easy, fun, smashable wine. This is really, really good. I really like that.
Yeah, very fun. Very fun. Hey,
Isn't it?
guess what? Yes, absolutely. Guess what? We have
What?
Mark Simpson in the green room. He's going to show us some scenery, I think. He went on a bike ride, I'm pretty sure. So, Mark, are we good to bring you in?
Do you want to take him? Mira, I need to go to the bathroom, okay?
Do you?
I'm sorry, I've been sitting here for 2.5 hours.
Okay. I'm going to bring Mark on. Maybe he can show us what he's up to.
Yeah, come on, get that started. I'll be there in 1 minute. Give me 2 minutes. Mark Simpson, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm pretty good.
Awesome.
I'll let you start with Mira. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, great to see you, Mark. Thanks for tuning in. I know you were out and about today. You were out taking a bike ride, right?
Still out and about. I'm in Pacific Spirit Park here at UBC, basking in the sunshine, and it's just stunning day. It's bluebird skies. All the leaves are changing color. It's pretty special.
Oh, that's amazing.
You know, when we have harvest, we don't get to play a lot, and it's really, you know, in my business, you got to train to be a winemaker. You can't just do it off the couch. You got to stay shape. So I got to go spin on the bike, get some cardio, blow out some cobwebs, and here we are, ready to talk Cab Franc.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's the beauty of cell phones and connectivity, isn't it? It's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for taking the time to stop by. We had your Cab Franc just a little bit earlier.
Carl
was pretty impressed, and I think he's going to taste it again now that you're here.
Good.
And we actually snuck a little teaser out. I think Daryl, of all people who doesn't normally like Cab Franc, is intrigued of this idea of tasting a Cab Franc vertical. So tell us a little more about what you do with Cab Franc, you know, and
well, it's an interesting grape. It's one of my favorite grapes to work with because it's quite versatile, and it can be, you know, lean and delicate, or it can be a big monster. It just depends where you grow it, when you pick it, and what you do with it in the winery, obviously. And you know, I just getting my head around this vertical. I thought it would be interesting to see a couple of different terroirs in the vertical and growing regions, so to speak. But also, what's interesting about these two wines is they're different trellising. There's VSP in the 2018 and Geneva Double Curtain in the 2019, and that GDC can carry a big crop load. It's higher off the ground, and you get some pretty monster tannins off of that. So the two wines, 2018, 2019, are completely different and more.
That's
interesting. A bit more meat on its bones. So I thought that would be of interest to the club members.
Yeah. So the 19 is the Geneva Double Curtain, and what's the name of the other trellising?
Vertical shoot position, which is the more standard treatment of vines in the Okanagan.
Oh, and that's what the 17 and 18 were.
No, 18 is the VSP from Similkameen, BC VQA Similkameen Valley, and the 2019 is near Soyuz from the Rama Ridge Vineyard. So those are two vineyards, and they're both vineyards I've worked with for a long time, so I'm kind of getting them dialed in and enjoying the wines from them. And so I thought it would be fun. And I did a vertical last year with you guys. It was 3 Viogniers and 3 Petit Verdot, and that was quite popular. And, you know, I tend to work with the same varietal, same vineyard year over year, and I do refinements, and I play with different things in the winery depending on how the fruit presents, but it's always true to the harvest and true to the terroir. And that's just how it rolls at my winery.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to taste a vertical like that, because I know that they're not available anywhere else, right? Like, it's not like you can go and get 3 vintages of your Cab Francs at a liquor store or off your website. It's kind of something you need to know Mark Simpson to get. And
Well,
there's not
or Carl's Wine Club, or
yeah,
our
exactly.
website. We're not hiding it under the couch. We'll sell it to anyone that's keen and interested. And
Fantastic.
I think when you're dealing with boutique wineries like us, we have more fun with library wines. We can pull out some interesting stuff. And in my case, I like to age the reds a little bit longer than some folks. Maybe an extra year in the bottle before release. And I think that shows in the glass, because it's the wine takes a while. This 2019 is probably just starting to come around. It might still be pretty grippy. I haven't actually sampled it myself for a little while, so I'm looking forward to hearing how it's showing as of today. And yeah, that's I think the advantage of working with smaller wineries is you get a lot more flexibility in our offerings, and we're a little bit more like the fresh sheet. You go to a big corporate restaurant, they print the menu once a year. There's a million copies printed. They don't change it. It's the same day in, day out. It may be really good, but it's the same. In my case, I'm more like the chalkboard. So it's fresh sheet, what's coming up, what grapes I have access to. And also we listen to the wine intuitively in the winery. And if it goes a certain direction, we just don't fight it. We just roll with how the grapes want to be shown. And we have fun with that.
Mark, just to keep you updated on your amazing dish that you have here on your chalkboard. I mean, that 2019, you mentioned the grip. It's grippy, but it was expected. It's just releasing, but it's grippy good. I like the grip is at the right place. Like it start fruity. It's round. The grip is in the mid palate, starting in the mid palate, and I like that. I like the red cherry, a little bit of blackberry. There's a hint of the herbaceousness that I usually find from the south of the Okanagan. So really classic, typical on that aspect. And there's a nice spice on the back end. So classic Cab Franc, developed properly. But you mentioned it's just getting started. Absolutely just getting started.
Well, you mentioned that you think it's from the south. We are actually from the south. If you refer to the maps and the GI boundaries, McIntyre Bluff is where the south starts, and this vineyard is definitely south of there. So, Vaso Lake and north, that's OK Falls. That's the middle Okanagan. After Vaso Lake and McIntyre Bluff, might not be exact on that, so maybe someone will help me refine that boundary. But in my mind, that's where the south starts. And it's pretty hot in Oliver. We get some big reds there. We're about 3 degrees colder at this vineyard than we might be on a similar summer in Osoyoos. Even that 15-minute drive makes a difference, but still a nice spot.
And you're right. It's Rama Ridge. This one is Rama Ridge Vineyard, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. No, I like it. It's bright. It's fresh. The acid is just brilliant. And I think what I like, it's the well-managed alcohol as well. Like, I mean, it shows on the 14.5, but it doesn't feel like that. It definitely doesn't feel like it. So I appreciate that effort to keep it balanced.
Well, that's an interesting thing because, each vineyard presents a different trajectory of fruit and acid convergence. In the 2018, it's grown in Similkameen. It was a really hot place, regularly 36, 38 degrees, but cool at night. So, it keeps the acidity, and the brix doesn't go up as much. So typically a harvest in the Herrera family vineyard in Similkameen near Carameas, near K Mountain, is 22.5 to 23.5 brix, 7 grams of acid, and a fairly low pH. But in the Rama vineyard, because of the higher crop load on the GEC, it holds the acid longer. So you have to hold the fruit longer to get the brix and get the acid in balance. So it'll be the acid stays longer in that trellising system. So you have to grow it a little longer and wait till you pick, and by then maybe the brix might be 25, 26, which will give you your higher alcohol. So that means you know, in the winery, we can put a bit more oak on it, maybe a bit more skin contact. We want to make sure we manage the grippy tannins by, you know, not too much seeds, fairly gentle handling of the fruit. So you get big ripe tannins, but we don't want to have too much astringency, because astringency and higher alcohol aren't necessarily a good combination. So that particular vineyard does present those strategies as the right way to go in the winery.
Interesting. And you remember briefly where the source of fruit from the 2017 vintage? So if 2019 is Rama Ridge in Oliver, you have the Similkameen for 2018 and 2017. Do you remember?
I don't think I did a Cab Franc in 2017. I'd have to go back and look, but that's back in the archives. So I'm just on my phone in the middle of a park, so I'm not going to laptop that one for you. But you can email in that little fact later. But I think
that's okay. I probably have that. I've been tasting enough of your wine. I may have that in my archive as well. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate that. We're excited for that mini vertical that we're going to put together. It's really exciting. That 2019.
I was just showing the secret cave. You recently purchased Sonora Desert Inn, and we had the pleasure of coming down there and doing a live from the winery a little while back. So I think I love that you're saving these back vintages as a special treat for some of us members, and it's pretty cool that you've got this great property now, and possibly this really interesting little underground spot. You know,
I haven't figured out what to do with that yet. I'm gonna probably have to, you know, hang a side of pork, or, you know, maybe put some cheese down there and let it go moldy. So I don't know. It's got the microbiology in that cave is pretty intense, and there's black widow spiders, and it's pretty, you know, dank and dark. But it reminds me of a winery I went to in Rioja, where it was kind of underground in a castle, and I went downstairs and it was all spider webs and moldy and fur on the walls, and the terroir of that cellar was integral to the wine. So maybe I'll just leave a flask of juice down there in a Quervy and come back for it in 2 years and see what happens.
Exactly.
So,
and starting
a
little.
Anybody have a 100-liter concrete vessel they can loan me? I've got to be small because I have to drag it down the stairs. No forklifts. But I'll put a Quervy down there, fill it with juice, and go all Georgia on you and see what happens.
Starting a little Solera style of a little rotation here will be cool. But yeah, no, it's amazing. You have a great spot down there at the Sonora Desert Inn. We have the average wine enthusiast, who joined the live. He said he's staying with you this weekend. So he's in from Ontario, so it's pretty cool. He's going to come and taste some Cab Franc with us tomorrow afternoon. So we're pretty excited.
Cool.
Yeah.
Mike. Sorry, I'm not there to host you, but I'm there in spirit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Mark. I greatly appreciate your time. Thanks for showing us around. And 90 plus points for your 2019. Just getting started. So
that's a
great
nice
wine.
Cellar. Let's give that one a little sleep.
Yeah, maybe for another year, 18 months, and this one's just going to shine very soon. Thanks, Mark.
Okay. Goodbye, wine lovers. Thank you for having me.
Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Mark. Thank you.
There we go. So guess what? We have 2 pages complete here, and we are we're moving along. I like where we're going. It's a great tasting so far. There's so many great wines. And Mira, so far, any highlight?
Oh, I love that we tasted the Wismer Foxcroft, same vintage, from 2 different producers. I think that is super crazy. And so I can't wait to retaste that side by side. The Black Bank Hill, which is a new producer, but experienced winemaker. And the Ice Cellars.
Absolutely. This is so cool. So very freaking cool.
Very cool. So we've got that going on. We tasted the current or the pre-release of the Boutique Cab Franc 327 and 214 clones, 2 different ones, different sides of the vineyard. And we tasted the tank samples of the 2022 side by side. So 2020, 2022, I thought that was pretty outrageous. And what a learning experience to just see how wine is progressing like that, from the tank to the bottle. So I love that. And yeah, I guess we're what? How many wines in, Carl? We got
20?
about 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna do I think I'm gonna do the side by side of the Fogellar, the 2 single vineyard Fogellar right now. 2018. I should have these 2 Fogellar. Whoops, sorry. I smashed my camera here. Fogellar.
So Stephen, who is following us on YouTube here, Stephen, if you're still on, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Is having the 2020 Cave Spring Cab Franc tonight, and we are opening that up pretty soon here, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the 2 Fogellar here. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm turning my back to the.
We have a 2018 Oppenlander Vineyard Cab Franc. And we have a 2018 Picon Vineyard Cab Franc.
Here, look.
So one is 4 Mile Creek. One is Vinemount Ridge. Vinemount Ridge, if I'm not mistaken, is a cooler region in Niagara. And 4 Mile Creek, I believe, is a little bit warmer. Oppenlander
right here.
and Picon.
Okay. Perfect. Now let's do Oppenlander. That's funny because Oppenlander it's owned by Matthias Oppenlander, and his daughter Ali Oppenlander has started her own personal label. It's called Liebling, and we're gonna taste our Sauvignon Blanc on Wednesday when we have our special edition of our Sauvignon Blanc report, Ontario Sauvignon Blanc report that we're doing on Monday. But this is made by Mark Pister at Fogellar, the 2018 vintage, the Oppenlander Vineyard. And I have the Picon Vineyard here. So from the same vintage, but one from Niagara-on-the-Lake, the other one from the escarpment, so from the 2 regional appellation. So it's pretty interesting to see the difference between both. So I'm expecting here, knowing what Mark and the style of vineyard, more elegance on the Oppenlander, even if it's on the 4 Mile Creek appellation. Oppenlander provide more elegance fruit, and I know that the Picon Vineyard is known to give you rich and powerful expression of Cab Franc. So you can see it on the color where the Picon is darker. So I can't wait. And yeah, so on the nose, you can see the difference. Fruitier on the nose, a little lighter with the Oppenlander, and you get the dark vegetable, bell pepper, herbaceousness on the Vinemount Ridge Picon. So much more classic, typical, old world Cab Franc on the Picon. So let's give it a try. Fruity, easygoing, nice Langdo, good. And the Picon gives you more dark fruit, much more tobacco, spicier. Yeah, completely different approach. I would say different way. Completely different delivery. 2 different fruit source from the same winemaker with the same vision of just delivering what the vineyard gives you, and that's the best example here. 2 very different wines. Yeah, I mean, softer approach on the Openlander, much more rugged and rustic on the Picon, bolder, more minerality definitely on the Picon. So I know the guys that you're waiting for score, I will go 89 points for the Openlander, and I would go 90 points on the Picon. Great question, Simon. So Fogelart, I don't have their technical sheet. I don't know exactly. There's no information out there in terms of oak treatment. I would say there's two school of thought about that, right? Either you just listen to what the vineyard gives you, some you don't want to overpower it. I would say that Picon has so much backbone, might have a little bit more oak into it because it can take much more. Picon can take it. They can take some new oak. I would say Openlander, much more elegant, much more delicate. I don't see a ton of new oak in there. I would say that might be the only neutral. But I can't confirm officially.
Okay, I mean, this could be out of date, but I do have some info here. So the 2018 Openlander is 24 months neutral French oak.
Okay, see?
And the 2018 Picon, let's see here. We have 24 months in neutral French oak. So it sounds like it's the same.
There you go. There you go. I had that feeling that Openlander definitely didn't have new oak in there. I just felt that it was not the purpose of this wine. But see, same treatment. Yeah, very, very different delivery. So showcasing, definitely showcasing the typicity of the source of fruit. So yeah. On the fly, my friend, absolutely. So now let's do. Okay, now there's some very interesting stuff coming up. Now we're starting to talk about bigger wines. So let's do Desert Hills, Cave Spring, and Dria's wine. How about that? Good to go? Let's do that. Cave Spring 2020, Estate, Dria's wine 2020. So we have two 2020 vintage. You know what? I'm going to do Tightrope instead. I believe that Tightrope is 2020. There you go. So let's do Tightrope. So we have three wines from the 2020 vintage. Okay?
Okay, different places. Yeah, the 2020 Cave Spring. This is what our friend on YouTube here, Stephen.
Exactly.
If it sounds like the same as what Carl's describing. All right, so 2020 Cave Spring Estate Cab Franc. It's from the Beamsville bench in Ontario, $39.95. And then you have the 2020 Dria's wine, Niagara Peninsula, $40. So same price.
Yep.
And what's the other one we're having?
Tightrope, Thomas Vineyard, Naramata Bench, 2020.
Yes, and with tax, it's $40.35. So these wines are like within 45 cents of each other.
All from the same vintage across the country. It might be my favorite flight so far. I am really freaking thrilled for that. So I will do in order Cape Spring, Tightrope, Drea. Okay. So these three, I need a sip of water first. Okay. A little meat. And we'll go from there. So, Cape Spring. So people who follow the wine scene in Canada, if you're from back east, you definitely know Cape Spring. I mean, the Panichetti family, part of the founder of our Canadian wine industry, right? Thomas Panichetti and the whole family. I mean, they had so much influence in the growth of the Niagara region, of the Canadian wine, plain and simple, right? So Cape Spring, owned by the Panichetti. And so now we're talking 2020 vintage. Sorry. So look at the source, it's estate. So they have three different level of wine. They have their estate, they have the Dolomite, and they also have, I believe, that their entry level. But at the estate level, everything, it's grape grown at the estate. So I have a lovely interview with Gabriel, the winemaker, a couple last year, I believe, and like really young, passionate winemaker. He started out of school as a cellar hand and walk up the ladder, and now he's running the wine program at Cape Spring. So 2020 vintage, really deep nose, dark cherry on the nose. Yeah, really more dark fruit. Minerality on the nose, like that charcoal and graphite. Tightrope, I got some little old school here in term of herbaceousness, a little bit of barnyard. So Tightrope from the Nurmada bench in British Columbia. So we have Beamsville bench, Nurmada bench, and Drea's wine. She is in Niagara on the Lake. So the other side of Niagara. So we have Cape Spring on the escarpment, Beamsville bench, and Drea's wine in Niagara on the Lake. I believe that she bottles her wines at Reef Estate. So Drea's wine is the project of Andrea Kaiser, the daughter of Carl Kaiser, another one who's a founder of the Canadian wine industry, a old guard founder of Inniskillen Vineyard, Inniskillen Winery, who's basically at the very beginning of the growth of our industry. So we're talking here the second generation of the Kaiser family. So really, 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 really cool story. She makes wine in homage of her dad, and obviously grew up on the vineyard, grew up in the wine culture. Let's put it that way. Different nose. Very different. There's a little bit mint and eucalyptus on that wine. Feels pretty rich on the nose. So let's go. Let's dip to a 2020 vintage. Oh, that Cape Spring. Wow. Big, bold, Annick. Rich, very rich. Lots of dark fruit. Slight earthiness, oak. Like there's everything in them. This is a very, very, very good wine. First time that I have someone who, to me, that reached the level of the boutique 327 Clone 327. First time I'm having a 92 point wine around here. So let's go with the Cab Franc from Thomas Vineyard. Tightrope, Narromata bench, a little bit more old school here. So we have a very different delivery here because different approach. We have a 14.5 alcohol wine with the Cave Spring and a 12.5 here with Tightrope. So obviously same vintage, but different expression of Mother Nature, right? The temperature, the weather, the growing season is completely different out west than it was out east. But both regions really good growing season. Both are obviously Ontario 2020. It's far and above superior vintage. Was known for the vintage of the century, but 2020 is no slouch either here in BC. So let's try it. $12 in French oak, 50% new. This grippy, lighter alcohol, fresher, brighter fruit. You got red fruit. This is red fruit across the board with no dark fruit at all. And when you're in with the Cave Spring, dark fruit. So bright and fresh versus big and rich. Okay, and let's go to Dria's wine here. Andrea Kaiser. A very unique nose here. Blackberry, blackcurrant. The oak is right up there. Moderate tannin. Whoa, look at that here.
We interrupt this message to bring you Gabriel, who has a mustache. Show
the mustache. Wait,
it's drawn on. It's hard to see. Okay, that's all.
I drew it
I'll
on.
go back to feeding them dinner.
So natural.
There's 4 of them. All right.
Where's that coming from? There you go. So that's my son with his friend. Okay.
I am making.
There you go. So here's the kid here. Perfect. Cabernet Franc day. That's how we read.
All right. See you soon.
There you go. That is awesome. So nice to see you kids. They're downstairs. I'm up here tasting 54 Cabernet Franc. I have one of the most interesting flights here. 3 wines from the 2020 vintage. 1 from the Narromata bench here in BC. Super fresh, 12.5% alcohol. A little bit more, I would say, old school, old world style, Loire Valley. And I have the 2020 Estate Cab Franc from Cave Spring, big and rich, 14.5% alcohol. This is from the Beamsville bench. There's also that charcoal type of minerality, rugged. And I have Dria's wine from Andrea Kaiser from Niagara-on-the-Lake here as my third. Completely different wines. I would say the Kaiser's wine, the Adria's wine, I'll put it right in the middle in terms of the full body spectrum. Definitely Cave Spring is at the top end of the full body. Dria's wine is a little bit more on the mid plus body. And okay, I guess that we have phase 2 of the children appearance here. And whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, at 3, the count of 3, we're gonna say Cab Franc.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Cab Franc.
There you go. Thanks, guys. Now I need. Okay. Okay. Let's go.
Let's go play our game.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are you this?
Okay.
All right. So I'm sad I missed the Dria one. I'm going to come up and taste that myself.
So we just have Richard De Silva joining here in the house. Richard, great to have you. We're going to taste your wine shortly. We're getting, we're what, the page, like pretty close, getting pretty close here. We are what? Almost, we're halfway here, huh? More than, a little bit more than halfway.
Yeah. Yeah, like 26 now out of 54.
Oh yeah, no, not even. Okay, I need to pick it up a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's get some
rapid fire now. Rapid fire.
Oh, listen. Don't rush me. Okay. So here you go. Here is some score. Okay. Cave Spring 92 plus. This is big and bold. You know what? No, 92. I'm not going to 92 plus. 92 tightrope. I am at 90 plus.
Okay.
Close to 91 with tightrope. I want to see tomorrow to adjust. I'm tasting it right on the back of that monster of Cave Spring. Just like an Andrea Kaiser, I'm going to give her a 90 points. Okay.
Okay.
So 90 points for Dria's wine. 92 points. It's big. I mean, like that Cave Spring, that's something.
I think it's interesting. I was watching Winemaker the other day talking about how, you know, the big wines are the ones that often get the higher scores, especially when you do a big marathon tasting like this, because the flavors stick out more, right?
It sure does, but also like it would be easier for me because there's a 14.5% of alcohol, right? If it was an imbalance, it would be easy for me to say, no, completely off balance here, out, right? Yeah, it sticks more, but the fault can stick more as well.
True.
You know, so I have here. A tremendous, like that. This is well made, though, big and bold and juicy. It's just that 2020 Vineland, absolutely just starting, just starting. These, I go 92, and I'm tempting 92 plus because I can see that wine in the future. When this mellow down in 3 to 4 years, this wine will be an absolute craziness. So, 92 plus. There you go. Tightrope, 91. 90 plus.
Okay.
Okay. Let's move on here. I just got a text message from Vincenzo De Simone to give me a more technical information on the wine. The De Simone wine that we're going to taste a little later on is the most expensive wine on the lineup. So that's pretty cool to get text messages like that right in the middle of the show. I thought it was awesome. Let's do 2 wines side by side. I want to taste 2027 Cellar from Kevin Panagapka, a really, really good and cool winemaker in Niagara. Started as a virtual winemaker, just like getting a little bit like Thomas Batchelder style, getting some small batches from the best plot of each vineyards that he could find. Now very well established. He has his consulting gig as well. Really busy guy out there. But Kevin Panagapka with 2027 Cellar makes some fantastic wines. So I have two of this single vineyard wine here. I have King Street Vineyard. This one is it the King Street for this one? Where is the... Oh yeah, this one is King Street 2020 vineyard, 2020 vintage, King Street from the 20 Mile Bench. And this is also, what's the single vineyard of this one? Foxcroft. Oh, Foxcroft. So let's see if we have the same nose. The third wine from the Foxcroft vineyard. So
Yes.
it will be interesting. Okay.
Same vintage?
No, we have 2020 here. These two samples here are from the same vintage, but not the same that we've tasted. That was 2019 for Black Bank Hill and Ice Cellar.
That's right.
Okay, so here I have...
That's the difference with Ontario. We can taste 3 wines by 3 producers from the same vineyard because the vineyards are so freaking huge.
Yeah, and they work a lot with vineyard designation. I mean, there's not a ton of producer who does that here. Richard De Silva is one of the guys who really highlight the source of fruit in the bottle, in his notes, like in everything, because that's what he is. He is a farmer himself, right? So everything starts in the vineyard for some people, and a lot in Ontario, especially for these small producer here. So I have same vineyard, same vintage, same producer, 2 different source of fruit, and 2 drastically different style of wine. Just in terms of alcohol, I have the Foxcroft vineyard, no, the King Street Vineyard, clicked at 12.8% alcohol. Okay. The Foxcroft Vineyard block, the Wismer Vineyard Foxcroft block clicked at 14.7%. So why? I don't know exactly, but let's give it a sniff. Let's give it a try.
Yeah, and they're quite also a bit different in price point.
$10 difference.
Yeah.
So I don't have that same nose that I had with the 2019 vintage, just so you know.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so let's get. I want to taste here with the King Street Vineyard. Grippy, dark fruit, graphite, great length. This is a very good wine. Darker fruit, blackberry, bitter chocolate, a little bit of a hint of herbaceousness as well. Very well balanced. I love that low, that 12 and like the alcohol is very well in check. I'm a big fan of that. So Foxcroft now.
All right.
You know what? It doesn't show at all the 14.7 alcohol. Not even a bit. Not as grippy, rounder, softer, more red fruit, more up on the red cherry, maraschino cherry. I was expecting a bigger, no, it's well balanced. more modern style with the Wismer Foxcroft. The King Street, it's much more darker, earth, a little bit more earthy. It's surprising because Foxcroft from the other vintage from the 2019 was extremely earthy and earthy. It's complete a reversed, yeah, and it's the right pour. So it's really bizarre that going into the 2020 vintage, I got a different delivery with Kevin Panagatka product that I had with Black Bank Hill and Ice Cellar from the 19 vintage. Really different.
Yeah.
So let's give it a score here, okay?
So I wonder if that's all vintage or there's a lot to do with how Kevin treats his wines, right? Yeah, tell me about the scores, Carl Boucher.
Yeah, I love the concentration of King Street Vineyard. Really love the concentration. I give you a 91 plus for 2027 cellar King Street Vineyard from the 20-mile bench. $40, just 20% of new oak. It's well balanced. Yeah, I really like. I'll say it again. I love the balance of this wine. The tannin are though grippy, but I like that style. A little bit more energetic. So Wismer Foxcroft. You know what? As much as I thought that Foxcroft will overshadow King Street, no, I can't. I don't go that route. I mean, there's not as much length. Even if it's more oak, no, I will go better score with the King Street with the Wismer Foxcroft. I will do 90 points. And 91 plus with the King Street. To me, there's a significant a point and a half in between these two. Okay. Plugging away. Okay, do you want to call me a flight here? Or you want me to pick?
I will see here. Okay.
It seems like you're in the middle of a soap.
There are many children running. Yeah, I better go make sure they got their dinner out of the oven.
Okay. Let me get here. Desert Hills, Summer Hill. I will do Desert Hills, Summer Hill, and the other organized crime. Okay. Summer Hill, Desert Hills, and organized crime. Organized crime. Desert Hills. All right. There you go. There you go. So this is Desert Hills Winery. Okay. From the Black Sage Bench. They're right across the street from Burrowing Owl. That we're going to taste. You know what? Okay, I know what I'm going to do. Let's taste Burrowing Owl side by side with, we'll do Summer Hill another time. Okay. So Desert Hills, Black Sage Bench, Burrowing Owl, Black Sage Bench, both same vintage. So right across the street from each other, next to Black Hills, same side of the road for Burrowing Owls and Phantom Creek. So on that stretch, very, very, very strategic piece of land on the Black Sage Road. It's called the Black Sage Bench in the south of the Okanagan in Oliver. Okay, so you have the Golden Mile on one side, and the other side of the valley, I mean, on the other slope, you got the Black Sage Bench, where, like I said, French Door, they're not on the Black Sage Bench, but yeah, they are. So Le Pupin, French Door, Black Hills, Phantom Creek, Desert Hills, all the way to Burrowing Owls, Platinum Bench. So so I'm gonna do these two, same vintage, same area. Source of fruit, pretty much side by side, okay? And we have from the 2020 vintage, Organized Crime. This is the Sacred Series. So this is their high-end from the 2020 vintage, okay? So let's do Desert Hills, Burrowing Owl, and Organized Crime. Organized Crime, again, they are located on the Beamsville Bench in Niagara Escarpment. From Organized Crime, 18 months in French Oak, unfiltered, unfined. 2020 vintage. Let me taste that first, okay? Oh. Huh. I got a little bit of that Foxcroft here. Huh. Interesting. I'll be surprised to see where the fruit's coming from. Mm-hmm. This is stunning. This is absolutely stunning. Wow. Round, soft, spicy. There's one thing. The length, the finish is not crazy long. Kind of cut short a little bit. But from the start to the end, this in between here, beautiful. Beautiful. Just too bad that I don't have that extra length at the end where I can go crazy on the score. I mean, that's a 91 points. I wish it gave me a little more in terms of length, but yeah, well done. I like that. Okay, now let's do our 2 BC Black Sage Bench. Oh, different nose here. A little bit more earthiness on the Burrowing Owl, a bit more, and more herbaceousness, maybe a little bit of violet too. In terms of ABV, 13.5, 13.4, like it's like same style in the sense of alcohol, 13.5 on both. Just more fruitiness on the Desert Hills. I almost feel like there's a little bit of carbonic maceration. 18 months in barrel of aging before release with the Desert Hills. Nice drip, nice fruit, nice cherry, nice raspberry, nice pepper. This is good. This is good. Desert Hills. I think the price point on Desert Hills at 34 plus tax. I mean, this is good. This is not disappointing at all. I've been a fan of the older wine of Desert Hills for a while. It has a little gap where there was some question mark, but this is a good return on investment. That 34 plus, that, yeah, this is well done. It's not on their website just yet. I think it hasn't been released. I know that 2021 Merlot was released, but not the Cab Franc. I believe that they bottled it at the same time. But yeah, I enjoy that. I enjoy that. So Burning Owl. Now, I haven't tasted Burning Owl in a while. I tasted last summer a Cab Sauv, I believe, but I haven't tasted Cab Franc from Burning Owl. It can be like 10 years. So more classic, not like, there's a little bit more, an extra layer on the nose here with some savoriness. Really creamy texture. Creamy texture. Like the oak profile in the middle. Soft. Not as much concentration, but well layered. This is a solid wine too. So Desert Hills with the $34 will give them a 90 points. I think it's well deserved. They're coming back. I like that. Burning Owl, pretty much around the same score here. $2 more expensive. See, it's interesting with Burning Owl. They're using some Hungarian oak as well, just a tiny bit of Hungarian. Huh. Yeah, also a 90 point. It's not crazy. Not crazy concentrated, but well made. Very well made. Love the texture. Really, really like the texture. Doesn't give me as much concentration though. Better burst with for the grip also. Yeah, there's a little bit more into the Desert Hills. So Desert Hills is given 90 plus to Desert Hills. And 90 with Burning Owl. And you know what I'm very excited about? I'm excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow when I get all of these people from the industry to coming around, to come here and to taste these wines with me. So now I can get out of my bubble and talk about, and like to benchmark with other people, pick other people's brain. I'm really excited about that. But so far, tremendous quality of wine that we received this week. I mean, what's featured here today, it's something fantastic. There is at least 70% of these wines who, at least 60% of these wines who were awarded at the All Canadian or at the BC Lieutenant Governor, either gold, silver, or browns. So these wines are all been very well acclaimed, because when you reach out to all of these wineries and say, here's what I'm going to do, I want to taste all of your wines, score your wines and all that, among a large panel, among a large selection of other Canadian wines. So obviously producers and pretty much all of their top of the line. So we have a lot of great wine here, and it shows. It really shows in the flavor profile. Yeah, that's organized crime. Really delivers. Okay, so here I am. You okay, Mira?
Yeah. Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Palate is holding up. I have no problem there.
Your palate is like the Energizer Bunny for wine.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's all fine with me so far.
Fantastic.
We're gonna do the Summerhill. Summerhill, Moraine, and let's do 3 from BC. Or should I? After that, we're getting into more expensive wine. You know what? Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's do 3. Sorry about that. Summerhill, Moraine, and Church and States.
Okay.
Summerhill,
So we're getting
Moraine.
up to price. We're getting up to the 43, including tax. Summerhill is
Looking for Moraine.
55,
Moraine is right here.
50.
Okay. So 3 wineries, 3 different north, middle, and south of the Okanagan. 3 very distinctive areas. So we have Summerhill, Pyramid, who are located in Kelowna, with the 2020 organic Cab Franc. But the fruits is coming from Caledon, BC, right next door to the Conviction Ridge Vineyard, owned by Rob Amersley at Black Market Wine Company. So 2020 vintage. We're going to do Moraine Estate Vineyard, who are located on the Naramata Bench. This is from the Astor Vineyard, I believe. No, Anastasia Vineyard. So it's named after Oleg's daughter, the owner of Moraine. So we have also Church and States, who are located in Oliver, down south, with a blend of their 3 estate vineyards, with the Coyote Bowl, the Foundation, and I think, what's the third one? Is it the Legacy Vineyard they call? I know. From the Bella Vineyard. There you go. So 3 BC, 1 from Kelowna, 1 from the bench. And when I say the bench, I say the Ramada Bench, and 1 from Oliver. So it's crazy how the Summerhill is clouded, like super cloudy wine. It's unfiltered, unfine, organic, really cloudy. And how Church and State is much darker. So really interesting. Visually, 3 completely different look. Okay, and 3 different vintage as well. We have 19, 20, and 21 here. 3 different vintages, 3 different areas. So expecting 3 different things here. Okay, let's give it a try.
Yeah.
Summerhill, nice red fruit, hint of herbaceousness, a little bit of florality. Lots of herbaceousness with the Moraine, much more herbaceous. And Church and State, dark fruit. So really 3 different no's here. One kind of grape, Cab Franc across the board, but we have 3 different approach. So it's very, very, very interesting here. Let's start with the organic 2020 Cab Franc from Summerhill. Very complete wine. There's fruit, there's herbaceousness, there's a little bit of earthiness, there's spice, there's grip, there's length. It's very complete. Nothing at the level so far to blow my socks off, but very, very complete. There's no hole in that wine. Very solid, very, very solid across the board. Okay? Grippier, earthier, but kind of the more snappy here with Moraine. This has to wait a little bit, but Ambers did a great job with that wine. I mean, I want to wait a couple of years for that because this is rip my face off right now. But there's a lot going on in that Moraine, a lot. Okay, I'm curious what the oak profile in that.
I can tell you.
Okay, very interesting.
2021.
Ooh, snappy. The length hold there for a long time, so pretty unique here. And let's do. Fruit, lots of fruit, much higher alcohol with the Church and State. Bigger body. Definitely the South Okanagan style. With Church and State, I'll probably go with 89 plus.
Okay.
With Moraine and Summerhill, they're pretty much, they're very close to each other in terms of where they, not in terms of where they are on the curve, because I think Summerhill it's much more ready to drink now than Moraine. But if I project, pretty soft and pretty for Summerhill. Soft, beautiful texture, pretty. $90 plus. Maybe even, yeah, I can't wait to see for tomorrow for this one. I'm putting an asterisk beside Summerhill. I want to see
what it does on the next day, hey?
Mm-hmm. Moraine is just like really, really grippy. You know, I'm going to do an open score with Moraine, 90 and the potential of 92. If that wine develop the way that I think it's gonna develop, that's crazy. There's really good, fun stuff coming up. But right now, it's just like shutting the door. The tannins are really, really, really grippy. Okay, so that's for that flight. I will need a little bit of food.
Okay, well, I'm gonna bring you some. Do you want some stew? I have beef
No,
stew.
no, just some charcuterie meat.
Okay, I'm bringing you
Please.
some braceola, some prosciutto, and some salami. Sound good?
Thank you, thank you. And bring your glasses as well so I can.
Oh yeah, baby, you bet. What's next on your lineup?
On my lineup, we'll do. Okay, that's where I do Riverstone, Bellaterra, and Suan. No. Suan, I'm keeping Suan for later.
Oh, yeah.
Riverstone, Black Market, and Bellaterra.
Hey,
Okay?
sounds good.
There you go. There you go. Bellaterra.
So Black Market and Bellaterra are our two wineries of the year last year. That members.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Funny how these guys always get connected somehow.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that De Silva and Suan are going to be tasted together.
Well, there are other wineries of the year for this year, so that would make sense. And we've tasted their Cab Francs together a couple times now.
Okay, so you know what? I have 2.5 pages to go.
Wow.
So,
At least halfway.
2021 vintage from Riverstone Winery. We featured that wine 3 weeks ago or something like that. There you go. Black Market, newly released wine from Rob Amersley. It was part of his last bottling session. Sorry. So Black Market and Bellaterra Vineyard Cabernet Franc 2020. See if I still stand beside my 94 points that I give that wine over a year ago. So if you look at the color of these wines, Bellaterra is much darker. Like you can see through. Now we have obviously again 2 different, like it's cross country, right? So Niagara on the Lake from down at the top vintage for red, for big reds, and on the other hand, we have the 2021 vintage from BC. And both source of fruit for Riverstone, it's the home vineyard in Oliver, and for the unsanctioned Cab Franc, it's also from Oliver. So Black Market is located in Caledon, but the Cabernet Franc grape source is coming from Oliver. Sorry. So let's do, okay, I know. We're going to do Riverstone and Black Market, and after that, we'll do the Bellaterra. And one thing that came to me when I tasted Riverstone a month ago, it was the minerality. There was a stunning minerality in that Cab Franc, like stony. So, yeah, red fruit, hint of chocolate, hint of herbaceousness, that stony charcoal minerality, a hint of spice at the end. Very, very well. Very, very well. Sorry. Jeez. Very, very well balanced. Well structured wine as well. Beautiful acidity. Like well balanced alcohol. Like there's a beautiful synergy in that wine. Now, let's check it out what our friend Rob Hammersley has at Black Market Wine Company. This is brand new Cab Franc, so I was pretty excited for this one. Red fruit on the nose for sure. See? Grippy, but bottled just a while ago. I would like to give that wine a 6 month to a year to settle down, but there's a saltiness. Very interesting. There's a very nice saltiness on that wine. That you rarely find that pinpoint saltiness into a red wine who comes up like in the front palate early on, announcing a very different style of minerality. This is unique. It's unique. It's pleasant. I like that. There's a different minerality that what we get with the Riverstone. It's more stony, more on the texture side. Here, it's literally like the taste of salt who comes on the front palate. Also with red fruit, there's definitely the oak on the mid palate, but like I said, it's been just released. So here you go here. So let's see, 90 points for the Black Market, 90 plus for the Riverstone. Now this is the Bellaterra. Dark, really dark. Really, really dark. I mean, I give that wine 94 points a year ago. To seeing that wine soften up and keep delivering at such a high level, this is so refreshing. This is so well made, bright structure. I mean, this wine clicks at 14.9% alcohol, which is, when you taste that, definitely, I would not, absolutely not guess that on the blind. Not even close. I mean, there's indicator like the vintage, the sub-appellation, but flavor profile on the taste, no, it doesn't feel 14.9. Absolutely hide that very well. Complexity, check. Roundness, like beautiful opening, check. The tannin are softening up. Absolutely. It's softer than the Cave Spring. I mean, this is a world-class wine. Absolutely world-class. Daryl, if Cave Spring and Bellaterra so far, yeah, I would say so. If I go back, there's the Boutique 327, who's still like up there at 92 points. 92 plus with the Cave Spring, and I have no wines who have clicked. And if you ask me here, is this wine tonight is 94? I would might more, yeah, it's just like, wow, it's beautiful. I love it. I love it. Well done. Well done. The length just stays there and just like hang around. Concentrated. Defined. Now it's much more defined than it was. Yeah, really, really gorgeous. Absolutely happy, happy, happy. So now let's do, where is, I think it's time to do the Silva and Suan side by side. Let's do it. Let's do it. Where is it? Suan. Did I forget in the Silva? Yeah. Let's do Suan and the Silva side by side. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yep. Absolutely solid pair. There you go. And see that. 2020, the Silva Vineyard and Winery, a Villa family vineyard for the Cab Franc 2020.
Woo!
And there is food for Carl. I
Neat.
will need a charger.
Okay.
At some point. Guess what? My device is getting low on battery. Huh. Why? I don't know. Maybe because I've been on for hours. Okay. My battery's still fully charged, but my device. Good. That's the De Silva. And that's Suan. 2017. I mean, this is not a contest here, okay? Because we have like 3 years difference. I mean, this is two wines who are not at the same place so far. Like, I mean, they're like on their curve, they're not where like at the same place. So let's take it as a grain of salt. I have high expectation for the Suan 2017. I have very high expectation. I had a text message this week from someone who knows a lot about wine, who have cracked that very same wine, and he said it was one of the best wine he's tasted this year. So, a very high expectation. As per the De Silva, I mean, Cab Franc, to my opinion, is one of the best things that he do. He does Cab Franc so well. I like that little herbaceousness on the nose. Definitely. There's a mix of red fruit. There's definitely the red fruits are there, but there's a hint of dark fruit as well. And there's chocolate. A healthy dose of mocha. Yeah, that the Silva Vineyard is really good. Richard always do a split of French and American oak. This one is 20 months. Only 176 cases made. The length is fantastic. The spice lingers. The chocolate, the mocha, just like is follow through from the aromas to the taste to the flavors. There's that red, dark cherry, black currant, bright acid. I like the frame of that wine a lot. Oh no! Ah, it's corked.
No.
Ah,
Just slightly.
yeah.
Which one?
Suan.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Suan's cork. No. Ah, too bad.
54. That's
That's the first one.
pretty good. Track record.
So with the Silva debating 91 plus to the 92. Hmm. You're up. Here. While you're here. Right?
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the 91 plus. Maybe a little bit more. Was it a 92? 91 plus, 92. Really, like right there. There's a half a point. I like the definition of the flavors with the De Silvas. Define. There's no fucking around. I mean, there's a purity. I love it. Solid wine across the board. Love the portfolio. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Not too bad. With the Suan. So, cork. Now, leaning post, I already taste. We're going to give it a. Let's do leaning post, big head, and hillside. Okay. There you go. Next three wine, 2 Ontario, 1 from the Lincoln Lakeshore appellation. Well, the winery, the fruits are from the 20 Mile Bench. We'll do the big head. Oh, they're always a big fan of this brand. I love what they do. They do big wine, like the name says. Fruit is from which appellation for this one? If I look on my sheet, it's Niagara Peninsula and Hillside Narmada Bench. This is a wine club member exclusive 2018 vintage. So we have 18 Hillside Narmada Bench, 18 Big Head from Niagara Peninsula, and 19 Leaning Post fruit from the 20 Mile Bench. Now we're talking about some big heavy hitter here. Hillside, I love the color of that wine. So low alcohol, 13% versus 14.5 with Big Head. So two very drastically different style. But when you look at the color, Hillside is darker, slightly. And we'll have the elegance of what Ilya Senchuk do, because that's what he usually do, wine of elegance. only 175 cases made for the leaning post. So I will start with Hillside 2018 vintage Heritage Series from Cathy Malone, winemaker at Hillside on the New Ramada bench. Which vineyard is she using for that wine? This is the Sinwick Vineyard. 25% French oak, 470 cases produced. Pure fruit, really clean, very, very clean nose. A cherry, black cherry. Yeah, really, really pure cherry nose. A hint of spice on the nose as well. This is a very good wine. There's also a good length. There's good definition. There's very little herbaceousness. Maybe just a slight hint, but not a lot. It's fruit. Fruit and spice, and a little bit of torrefaction, some oak spice, a little bit of black tea. I mean, this is a very, very, very good wine. This is well balanced. The tannin are integrated. It's close to 92 points. 91 for sure. Maybe 91 plus. Let's check with the same vintage across the country. Okay. Okay. Another fruit oriented, not a ton of herbaceousness, no floral notes. Another like really, really, really cherry oriented.
Simone is
Really
saying
pure.
he so admires your endurance and your palate, and so do I. It's pretty amazing.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Mm.
Mm.
Mm.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Whoa. Might have a leader in the clubhouse here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Big, bold, rich,
Okay.
but everything in sync. It's big, bold, but nothing is out of whack. This is the leader here. It's 93 points, the first. Yeah. Yeah, this is stunning. Oh. Yeah.
Which one is this, Carl?
Big head.
Hey,
Wine number 39.
got it. 39? Okay, because we have another big head, right?
I mean, we have Bellaterra that I already rated 94 points. But from what I've tasted today, 93 plus. This is stunning. And when you go back to leaning post, I mean, now there's more earthiness, there's more floral, much more herbaceousness, a little bit of that VA, Parisine, really classic Cab Franc. Yeah. $91 plus for let me retaste the hillside. Completely different style that the Leaning Post. It's fruity. Leaning Post is much more complex and layer, but the fruit definition of the hillside is really, really, really good. So I'm thinking I'm on the same score here, but completely different style of wine. Completely. Yeah. What's the I'm just going to look at quickly at the 17 months French oak 25% and Leaning Post 35%, 20%. Okay. A little bit of a different oak program here. But yeah, so Big Head 93 plus. I mean, Bellaterra, Big Head are leading the way tonight so far. And I think it's time to move on for the next flight.
Okay.
There you go. Big Head here. So we are going to go with Vasanti, Maverick, and Stonebridge. Stonebridge, we're going to do the regular Maverick, Stonebridge 2019. And I said Vasanti.
Yeah, so Vasanti and Maverick, I believe, same region.
Yeah, absolutely.
And almost exact same price point. 1 penny different.
There you go. Okay. Vasanti. And I really like their packaging.
Yeah, we were quite impressed yesterday when we saw the packaging.
Yeah, absolutely. Brand new winery, just opened up. It's owned by the Sindhu family. The Sidhu family, who were their second generation now of East Indian grower. Like very, very, very well known in terms of grower in the south of the Okanagan. Now hired Jason Parks, so very well known consultant winemaker, and his own brand. Obviously, very, very popular, like Black Swift and Crown and Thief, and many others. But so they hired Jason Parks as their winemaker, and they're using their estate fruits, obviously, to make this. Their goal is to hit 5,000 cases in the next couple years. And yeah, so Vasanti, Maverick, which we've been working consistently with Maverick for over 2 years now. By the way, scoop here. Breaking news, Carl's Wine Club will be featuring Maverick in January for a new feature. So just so you know. And we have Stonebridge. So Stonebridge, sister winery, or like the other brand of the Lely Vineyard and Stonebridge, new project in Niagara-on-the-Lake, again, that we had a chance to visit last summer. Stunning wine. So here we have the 2019. So 2021 vintage for Vasanti and Maverick, and 2019 for the Stonebridge. let's start with the new one. We tasted their Chardonnay last night, and unoaked Chardonnay, nice, crisp, and bright Chard. Now we're tasting their red for the first time. Fruity, really fruity on the nose.
What's interesting is this is 19 months in new American oak.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's that vanilla. It's really fruity. It sounds like a fruit bomb. I mean, it is a fruit bomb. It's fruity, it's peppery, it's oak up front, and it's Jason Park's style. You cannot deny it. It's good. It's good wine, definitely. You ask me, I enjoy that. It's New World, like New World to the T, like the New World.
Okay.
Now it's really young, right? It's probably not been bottled like it's probably been bottled really like I don't know when, but it's really oak up front, grippy, but enjoyable. I definitely give that wine a 90 plus. It's well priced.
Great. Yeah, they're off to some good stuff there at Vasanti. We have really taken notice.
Absolutely. No. So, wow, almost neighbor from the same strip from on the Golden Mile. It's Maverick Estate Winery. This is still also their 2021 vintage. 18 months in oak, a little bit of new oak, probably 20%, I would say. Lots of neutral, so completely like different, very different approach. There's much more purity on the nose, much more Cab Franc on the nose. There's some bell pepper, more of the red bell pepper. There's a bit of licorice as well, red licorice.
This is the Stonebridge.
Maverick. So more balance, more linear. While Vasanti was a big bowl of a big explosion of fruit, here you got minerality, you got herbaceousness, you got fruits, but from red fruit, well extended to some spice. So much more subtle, much more elegance. The tannins are more integrated. Not as much alcohol. Very pure Cab Franc. I enjoy that a lot. It's not that big, like it's not that super spectacular wine, but darn that it does not disappoint. Everything from Cab Franc is there. I love that. Okay, I'm giving that the 91 points. And it might even be a 91 plus. Yeah. I love it. Very efficient. Yeah. Stonebridge. So Stonebridge, VQA Creek Shore, very small sub-appellation of the escarpment. 220 cases made from the 2019 vintage. A little bit of green notes. Lots of tobacco. Blackberry a little bit. Mm. Mm. Mm.
How many mms it gets? You know, that should be a score too.
Dark cherry. Very long. There's nothing which jumps out right out of the gate, but develop. It's a subtle wine, a little bit like the Maverick, I would say. Ontario style, maybe a little bit more concentration, but terrific length, great length. I like how the wine evolve and grow, and it feels like if you start here and you just climb up and climb up and climb up, this is definitely in the 92. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
92 plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, it is. It is. I haven't been disappointed once with one of their wine. I remember the Chardonnays. They all blow my socks off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they last forever. We had their first Merlot as well. Speaking about Merlot, I think we have the best Merlot of the year. We have it this week. We had it this week together.
Oh my gosh. And we had it for like a week.
Uh-huh.
It lasted a long time. Yeah, it was the Arena, right? Or no, sorry.
Intersection
Alluvia, I want to say.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's do Fort Barons, Ferox, and Painted Rock. And after that, we'll start getting into the big dogs. Now, you better come here, because now we're talking about like it's this $60 wines. Right now, we're talking like the big guns.
Okay, can't wait.
Okay, so Fort Barons Reserve.
Okay, this is $51.84 with tax.
Painted Rock.
Okay.
And Ferox.
Painted Rock $63.34 with tax. And Ferox we're at $65 with tax.
Ferox 2020.
Painted Rock is 21 and Fort Barons is 2020 as well, but completely different sides of the country. Ferox is in Niagara and Fort Barons is Lillooet, which is like very north in BC.
Yep. Okay. Shit.
What? Forgot which one's which?
Yeah.
Ah. Again. I'll drink those ones.
Can you bring me an extra glass?
Oh, I will.
Kind of would need it now if you don't mind.
Okay.
Whoops.
Right back.
Okay, no, I know. That's fine. Caller. The caller just told me. Very obvious. Very, very obvious. The Ferox is much more red. The Painted Rock, it's much darker. So there's no way around it. I got it. We're good to go. So now let's do this. Bite of cheese. Oh, there you go. I got it. Colors was just so telling.
Nice.
So you have
Look for kids going for walks.
some Ferox here.
Nice. Thank you.
You want a splash of Painted Rock for forbearance?
Look, I'm good. I have to check off it.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. Let's start with Forbearance Reserve. Forbearance Reserve. This is platinum medal at the Lieutenant Governor Award. It's 91-point decanter world. So oh, really concentrated. Very, very concentrated. It's stiff. It's dense. It's a nice length. It's just gorgeous wine. Very, very, very solid. I would say this is a 92 points. Yeah. Oh, geez. Wow. Now here, much more elegance. This is Ferox, the Lion Collection, the Silver Lion Collection, VQA Niagara Lakeshore. Fruity, red cherry, red currant, a little bit of roses, red licorice. Grippy, but grippy soft. Balance, very balanced. Red fruit. It's a bit expensive, but it's an experience. Is it $65 experience? That's debatable, but I give that a 90 plus points. Yeah, it's very elegant. This is elegance in a nutshell. Yeah. Let's do Painted Rock, VQA Skaha Bench. This has just been released. 2021 vintage. When I talked to John Skinner, this is one of his most popular wine in Europe. When he exports a lot of wine in the UK, and also a couple of the country of the European Union. And he says this the Cab Franc is one of the most popular wine for the European. Okay, there's a bit of grassiness. Definitely some bell pepper. There's some dark cherry as well. A little bit of Black Forest cake. Really concentrated. But soft. This is a good wine. This is a very good wine. This is around the 92 points for sure as well. I compared that with Four Barons. Four Barons has a more minerality, I would say. It's more dense and compact. Painted Rock is a little softer around the edges, but very concentrated. Very long. Very, very long. Yeah. I go with another 92 here. Yeah. Yeah, 92 for Fort Barons, 92 for Painted Rock, and 90 plus for Ferox. There you go. Now, what time is it? 7:11. Haha, you get that? 7:11. Look at my teeth. They're dark. They're almost black. Yep. Crazy. So, we have 2 flights left, I believe. 2 or 3. 1, 2, yeah, 3 flights left. So let's go with, I was really excited to do these 2015 wines. So let's do it. Let's do it. Painted Rock. Never disappoint with Painted Rock. You're always going to get something unique and special with Painted Rock. By the way, just so you know, we are featuring Painted Rock in December 3rd, I believe. We're going to have a full-on offer, a 3-pack and a 6-pack available with Carl's Wine Club. So it's going to be really exciting, including the Syrah, the Red Icon. So I can't wait. So Mira, I'm not waiting until the end. I'm doing the 2015.
Awesome.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
That is so cool.
Okay.
2015 from across the country. Let's do it.
Side by side, cross country. There's nothing more exciting than that. We're doing Cape Spring Estate 2015 and Intersection 2015 from Oliver.
Woohoo.
There you go. There you go. Okay. More barnyard herbaceousness on the Cave Spring.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of the farm, the barnyard on the 2015.
Now, I don't think we had prices for either of them. So I kind of made something up, but if I look it up, I see $39.95 in some places. Other places I see like 20 something. But yeah, I'm guessing it's $39.95 would have been as at some point.
I think that the 15K Spring got compromised a little bit. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Over time, hey?
No, it's not that.
Shipping.
There's a little technical issue with it. Yeah. In the meantime, the intersection seems pretty darn solid.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, so that happens, right? Like we've had a few bottles now out of 54. So that happens. Sometimes you get a cork issue, and other times the wine just goes off, but it could be just that bottle, right? So
Yeah. This wine doesn't show his age at all. That 2015.
the intersection.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's fresh. It's doesn't show ages at all. It's crazy. Huh. It doesn't have any of the a wow factor will blow your socks, but it's a solid wine. Big structure, straight, spicy. That's really classic, like South Okanagan Cab Franc. Full body, like there's that spice. This is definitely 91 plus. Yeah, rich, bold, round.
Hey, you said 91 plus?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. +90. 90
Now
plus.
that you think of it, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to get overexcited just because it's 2015, right?
Okay.
I mean, it is a good wine, absolutely, but I can't let my emotion of a 8 years back vintage. It's better than everything else because it's older.
Right.
I just don't work that way, right? It's to me, it has to be what is delivering. Okay, here and now let's do. I mean, there's 5 left. Okay, Riverstone.
Okay.
Riverstone, Stonebridge, and Big Head. And I will do the Stonebridge 19 Reserve. 19 Reserve Stonebridge. Riverstone 2017. Oh, a little orangey here. And I said Big Head. Let's do the raw. So this is raw Cab Franc, the raw series from the Lincoln Lake Shore appellation from the 2020 vintage.
Woohoo.
Yeah, so whoopsie. I hit. Okay.
Okay.
Let's start off with, which one do you want me to start with? You take the lead here.
I'm just asking for clarification purposes. Which Stonebridge again do you have?
The 19 Reserve.
Okay, because we also have a 20 Reserve, right?
Yeah, and the 20, the last 2 wines, I will do the 20 Reserve and the Simone 20. So I'm keeping the 2 2020.
Okay. And the priciest of the bunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Let's just do Riverstone and Stonebridge. Let's keep the raw Big Head with the other 2 2020. We'll do a trio of 2020 for the last flight. How about that?
Great. That sounds great. All
Okay.
Niagara.
Riverstone 2017 vintage.
Okay.
Soft, really soft on the nose. I mean, I have the little like whipped cream. Yeah, that strawberry shortcake.
Wow.
Wow.
I think that's the first time you've said that today.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Elegant. Oh. Elegant. Delicate. Long. And mineral. Like there's a lot of mineral, the stony minerality. We noticed that with Riverstone throughout the feature, right? But now, with 6-7 years of age, that stony, charcoaly texture really, really jump out. And there's that really like elegant, like I said, it's strawberry shortcake. That texture is really, really, really fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so I give that wine at least a 92 points. It really stands out. This wine has arrived. I mean, this wine is in its peak. Probably not done its peak yet. Probably gonna still being at the top of his game for another 18 months, 2 years. And we'll start a slow decline, but it's such a beautiful texture and to a great frame backbone of acidity that this wine has at least another like 5 years to go in general. So now let's do the Stonebridge 2019 from the 20 Mile Bench.
Okay.
So, you know what? I'm getting closer to that Black Bank Hill ice cellar nose of the Foxcroft. This is 20 Mile Bench. I'm not sure if the fruits are from the Foxcroft, but Foxcroft is there. So
that would be interesting to find out.
Yeah. Okay.
It's also a 19, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we didn't get it on the 2020. Similar to Black Bank Hill, and what was the other one we tasted? Ice Cellars. Great.
Geez, these ones are good. Yeah, these Stonebridge absolutely do. They don't disappoint. They're so complex. They're so complete. They're so, yeah, there's a complexity in that. Big structure. Like bright acid, grippy tannin right now, but like high acidity, but the fruit around it just doesn't make the acidity aggressive. They make the acidity that you lift. Everything is lifted. And there's a length, like really, really impressive length. I mean, I have to go with 93 points.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, okay, these were two stunning wines. Now I'm keeping the raw there, and I'm going to pour the last two wines. Woo!
Yee.
Stonebridge again. So I'm going to pour Stonebridge 2020 Reserve. So if 2019 regular and 2019 Reserve is so good, I definitely have very high expectations with the 2020 Reserve. But according to Thomas Reed, the brand ambassador, the general manager, should be the cream of the crop of what Stonebridge has done. And here, this is the Simone vineyard from Niagara on the Lake. So two wines from Niagara on the Lake. Okay, so color-wise, that Simone is really purple. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, the Simone nose is just like red, dark cherry. Lots of cherries. Yeah, ton of cherries. On the Stonebridge Reserve, there's lots of cherries as well, but there's some herbaceousness. There's a herbaceousness on the top of it, and there's licorice as well. I even get a little bit of graphite. And let's see what we have with the waxy here, big head, raw Cab Franc. Oh, different on the nose, very different. So this, what's interesting with Big Head is this whole raw program. It's all fermented and aged in concrete, so it's fully concrete. There's no oak in there.
Right. So that's super.
Yeah, there's more. It's more on red fruit, strawberry, and there's also, he does also everything with carbonic maceration, carbonic fermentation. So he uses like a bunch of ancestral method to make wine. Jacob Latinsky is he's very extreme in his winemaking. He does nothing, let's say, conventionally.
Yes, but very good. Like very.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Cult-like following for their wines.
It's fruity, very fruity, raspberry, ripe strawberry, raspberry pie. There's pie crust around that. There's fluffiness. The wine is very fluffy, beautiful texture. Great hang. The wine hangs there. The acid is bright. I mean, now we're talking like $70, $80 wines. Okay, let's keep that in mind. These wines, they have put all of their resources, and we talk about big resources into these wines. So the details are very pinpoint. These are very high quality wine. Obviously, there's high price point, there's high expectations, but the delivery, it's bang on. I mean, so 92 plus for the Big Head. Okay. I'm going with the Reserve Stonebridge 2020.
Sounds good. And what's left is the De Simone, right? After that. I have some notes that they sent us. I can pull those up when you're at De Simone.
That's a big wine. Big, it's rich, it's powerful, it's complex. I'm not sure if I like it more in 2019 though. You know what? I mean, it's not because it's 2020 that it has to be better than any other vintage. I mean, the proof is in the bottle. This is a big wine. This is a good wine. It might be better down the road, but right now, I really, 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 really like 2019. I'll give 92 points to the Stonebridge tonight.
They're different appellations. So one's 20-mile bench, which we have a very soft spot for because there's quite a few 20-mile bench wines that we have fallen in love with.
I believe so.
The 2020 is Creek Shores, right?
The other wineries that we know that makes Creek Shores wine are 13th Street, which is one of the winery who is we're still waiting for one of the box. They had a Cab Franc Creek Shore in there. Unfortunately, we missed that one. But yeah, no, I mean it's no slouch of a wine. It's a solid wine. But there's no. I think I give the edge of the night on the 2019 reserve. So now the Simone, which is the last wine of the night, 7:30 here. So what? 4.5 hours? That's it. I think I went too fast. I need to go back and revisit a few other.
Well, you only had like what, 3 or 4 winemakers stop by, so
only 3, yeah.
All right, the Simone, the top of the pricing for tonight at $80 including tax. We've had Stonebridge was at $78, the last one we had, and before that was the Big Head at $70. The winemaker, I believe, sent us a note, so let me look that up. There we go. Who put this subject, Carl? Was it you? 4 Mile Creek rules? Or did they write you that message?
So it's Marcel who connected us with Vince.
Okay,
so Marcel said, Carl, I just had because Vince Scenzo took his staff a couple of weeks ago to Bellaterra. So they chatted, and our name, Carl's Wine Club, came to the conversation. So Marcel sent us a intro, and that was the that's a big wine. It's a monster. This wine is absolutely, it's big.
It's big. So, okay, so let me tell you more. I mean, obviously, we know it's 2020 vintage, which was the vintage.
Rich. Like almost like cherry liqueur. There's spice in there. I wouldn't even be surprised that there was a bit of appassimento in there almost. It's spicy. It's good. It's really, really good.
So it does say late harvest, November 23rd, extended skin maceration and basket pressed. Premium French oak for 2 years. Organic vineyard. And the vines were planted in 2010.
So did it? What's the bricks? Did he give you the bricks?
Not in these notes.
No.
You said you have a text message too, so.
Oh, it's probably. I think it's the same one, the same thing.
Okay.
Anyways, the big bold wine. But it doesn't mean because it's big, it's really high score. It's a good wine though. No doubt about that. This is 91 points. Solid, really, really solid. I mean, I think it made like gold or a silver at Wine-A-Line. But
tell me more about the wine itself. I'm going to come up and taste it. I told you this is one of the ones I'm excited about.
Okay, well, the wine I say like that, it's ripe fruit, like cherry liqueur. There's cassis. There's it's creamy, it's rich, it's bold, it's spicy. The oak is like it's still at the forefront of that wine. You got the oak flavor, you got the vanilla, you got the tannin. My question to this wine is how long the acidity will keep this wine straight. That's my concern. But right now, it's fantastic. Right now, it's, like I said, it's big, bold, rich. That how long this wine will stay straight for? Maybe 8 years. But when it falls, when it starts to, it might be short-lived after that. Because as we know, the acidity, it's the frame, it's the backbone of all of that, right?
So with a bigger vintage in 2020, you're saying, you know, everything got much more ripe. And so that
if you do extended hang, if you hang your fruit very, very late, later you pick, higher the bricks are, less acidity you have remaining in your grapes. So there's a chance that when things fall off the cliff, falls off the cliff much faster. So I'm looking for these big, bold wine. I'm looking for acidity. 2020 doesn't have, that's why I had that conversation with Thomas Batchelder like a year ago. We're talking about 2019 versus 2020 for the Chardonnay. And when I mentioned to him, like I prefer 19 to 20, Thomas was like, here you go, someone who freaking gets it. But it's all about ageability, right? The 19 will outclass the 20 in lots of cases. So I like that wine right now. I really like it. But for $80, it better salad for a long time, for a while. And I would say this wine should be open in 3 to 4 years instead of, if you had more acid, you can last 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years without even blinking. But yeah, it's a crapshoot. I mean, no, like it's a good wine. Like that. It's definitely
a crapshoot in the sense that you can't predict the future.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
well,
yeah,
I can't wait to come up there. I'm going to come up there and taste it with you. We can finish up for the evening. Simon has gone to bed. He's a diehard Cab Franc fan, so I think that tells you we need to get to bed too. I'll be right there.
I mean, guess what? If I look at my teeth like that, this is absolutely gross. I look like a drunk guy. I haven't had a sip yet, but all in all, if I reflect on these 52 bottles, unfortunately, there was 2 that has issues. 2 out of 54. It tells me that the quality is absolutely outstanding. It tells me that, like, the bulk of the scores is between 91 and 92. That's where almost 50% of my scores are. Keep in mind, we receive top premium wines from across the country. So the result is absolutely fantastic. Is there any disappointment? I don't think so. Pretty much every one of these bottles have delivered to expectation or beyond. I have to tip my hat to Big Head, especially this one. I will wait until tomorrow, but this one might go up to 94. I believe it's. Get this in your glass, please. To me, Big Head tonight. This one, Stonebridge.
Oh, that's a good point. It's daylight savings tonight.
Oh, here you go. There you go. Woo-hoo! Let's open another one. Do we have any Cab Franc open? Here, come and join me. So, yeah. Cheers.
Cheers. Nefarious.
So Stonebridge deliver again. for sure. What else? Which one? In terms of BC, Painted Rock, top notch. The Silva, like usual, top notch. Painted Fort Barons. Yep, absolutely. The concentration of that reserve, incredible. I'm surprised with Boutique 2020 Clone 327
Yeah, that was
for
good.
$35.
All in.
Yes, this is probably pound for pound. I have to say, it's probably the best wine in the lineup.
There you go.
Pound for pound.
As in value, like quality price ratio.
Yeah, is probably the best wine in the lineup. Mystery pack. I don't know, maybe.
Mystery packs are hard.
Um,
Hard to coordinate so many cats, as in wineries. But we will do our best. We'll see what we can come up with by Monday morning,
yeah,
and we'll keep you posted.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, what a great evening. 54 Cab Franc. I don't know. I'm happy with the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, great work, and great work to you guys who stayed out.
Simon, you're the MVP of the night. Simon.
Look at Daryl, and he's not even a Cab Franc fan.
I know, yeah, okay. Yeah, I have to give a medal to Daryl. Daryl, you deserve a bottle of Cab Franc.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much, you guys.
I need to revisit a few.
Right now?
Maybe.
Yeah. We're going to do that all day tomorrow, too. We're going to be retasting. Members who are local are stopping by between 2 and 4. There's winemakers, winery owners, people from the industry stopping by between 2 and 4. So it will be a blast. If you are in the area, send us a message. We'll send you the details. Hope you have
my tongue starts to
fabulous
hurt.
night. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like at some point, the battery has to wear down. Like,
well, anyway, Canadian wine lovers, I do still like 11 people tuning in. Are you kidding me? Is it people who fell asleep?
Yeah, maybe.
And their device are on, or hey guys, thank you so very much. Canadian wine lovers, Girls Wine Club members, for you guys across the country.
Thanks, Marcel.
Thanks, Marcel. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Oh.